Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, December the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. If you guys, yeah, so I do not profess to understand all that's happening with APE and AMC. Kind of an explanation, I guess, that APE or AMC is buying APE. Therefore, the acquired company moves up, the acquiring company moves down, as in AMC, and then some kind of a reverse split later on. But this is all pretty wild to me. Tried to go, I briefly look at that press release, and it's yeah, I mean, I just don't quite understand what is going on. I know that APE was some kind of a vehicle that they could raise money, or AMC could raise money. But anyway, but the fireworks already happened. I mean, my goodness, I didn't see the ape run. All I saw at the beginning was AMC dropping from 527 down to 369. That's a huge, huge drop. And I didn't even see that ape had gone from 66 to 140. But now it's dropping. So yeah, we do have some reverse splits, and again, I have to apologize. Maybe it's just because the announcements were so close to the reverse split date. THMO announced they were going to do a reverse split, I guess, but I don't know if they announced it any earlier than yesterday or even this morning at 1:55. So I'm not sure. In which case, most data providers just don't have the information yet to update their database. But anyway, THMO. So in other words, long way of saying THMO is not up 4,300%. So let's see what happens. Let's see if like some of these reverse flips we've seen this past week have just taken off the day of for no reason. I'm looking for a THMO to see if they come up with any kind of a press release. It is a little bio. No, it isn't. Industrial machinery manufacturing. I thought thermogenesis might have been a bio, but Mark, I know Mark is another one. So we've got these ones up here. Op. Now, of course, we knew about Op yesterday, but again, it is not up 1,100%. It did a 1 for 10 reverse split. And Mark, and they did a 1 for 10 reverse split also. So it is not up 896%. I have no idea if AMC is going to continue to flush. All depends if the memers get a hold of it also. But I think the memers are pretty tapped out by now and all that stuff. But I have no idea. I have no special insight with this APE AMC. Now the interesting thing is APE is dropping and AMC had a little pop, but let's see if AMC drops and APE drops, that's not good. I mean, for anybody who's thinking that one is going to offset the other a little bit. But there is other stuff happening. ORIC, ORIC is a gap up. Deal with Pfizer, PFE, must have been announced after hours yesterday. So ORIC, pretty low float, 30 million in the float, up 53%. That is legit. I mean, that is something to do with the reverse splits or anything. So that is up. Through the 200-day moving average also. No sound. Oh, might be on your end, Ija. Let me. Yeah. Anybody in YouTube? Can you hear me? Somebody said there's no sound. Micron. Excuse me, Micron. Earnings play. They're going to cut 10% of their workforce also. So you can hear me, Amir. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Micron is an earnings play, guys. MU, earnings play, and they're cutting 10% of their workforce. Another earnings play is KMX. KMX, not too many earnings plays, of course, but KMX, CarMax. I'm surprised it's still up here. ISO, now this, this little allergy I got going. ISO guy. Oh, okay, forget about it. Got a little excited about this one. It got up to 157 after hours yesterday. Had some news on this one. ISO, could I see any news? No, I didn't see any news. I thought maybe that it might if it could hold one, but it looks like it's just giving it up. So forget about that one. ISO. PRQR. This is a deal with Lilly. They have 75 million upfront. PRQR, PRQR, and it's a big gap up, obviously, 53%, lots and lots of volume. Skyrockets following expanded collaboration with Lilly, LLY. I don't think there's going to be much going on with this one, but it is up, so I'll mention it. GROM. Oh yeah, the reason I looked at it is because of this daily chart. So when you look left, the next high was 448, one of these social media stocks. I don't see any specific news in it or for it, but it's just a matter of looking at this daily chart and how it's just been basing here for quite a while. And looking left, and there is room if it wants to run, but I don't see any specific news on it. Link to the Discord page. Sure, just give me a moment, give you an invite. There you go. Yeah, anybody, well, I'll hand out the link later. The Discord link also into the Pro Room and YouTube if you want to head over there. Alvo, Alvo is a gap up. This had a day yesterday also. I remember this day. So wondering if it could take out this 870 mark, and it did today. It has some news. So gets an FDA action date. The review of Alvotech's application seeking approval as a high concentrate, etc. Biosimilar comparing to AbbVie's, okay, ABBV or AbbVie's. That's right. I think they issued, yeah, I think this got hammered down on a deficiency letter. Oh, that's right. This is my Icelandic stock. That's right. There's very few companies out of Iceland. I think this is the first Icelandic stock that has been listed on the exchange. I know it says it's headquartered in Luxembourg, but that's just, I guess, for tax purposes, but it is an Icelandic stock. Why do I care? Well, Anderson is Icelandic. West, gap down, ATL. All-time low, WEST is gapping down. Well, it was gapping down. It was wow, down to 748 at a 250 pop. Not a ton of volume. Let's see. You're registered to allow for potential sales down the road. Yeah. So these, I look at filings like this. I mean, companies should do something like this because in case they, down the road they want to do a quick financing, unless they've done this registration ahead of time, they would not be able to do it maybe when they want to. So anyway, I do understand why these guys do it, not just these guys, but why companies do it. But I know investors will tend to freak out when they see that because, of course, you could get horrible dilution down the road. But anyway, I think that's probably a bit of the overreaction, and now the pop. And let's see, keeping an eye on that thermonucleus, the THMO, just keeping an eye on it in case it does something crazy. Okay, this is the reverse split, not a 4,300%. So if you had this one yesterday and you look at this and go, I'm rich, you're not. All right, let's take a look at the upgrades, downgrades, and upgrades this morning. I can't imagine there are going to be too many, but actually there were a lot more downgrades than I thought there'd be yesterday. Yeah. Now we're getting into analysts taking the time off. Only one upgrade. Now this is from briefing.com, and this is not the entire universe of upgrades and downgrades, of course, but get me get a few of these downgrades in. There's only one upgrade and four downgrades, but they're downgrading NKTX. I'm hearing the RQR guys. This is a gap up. I'm hearing it. This is making new highs. So this would be at the top of the list, really, if you got rid of these reverse splits that have not been accounted for. PRQR. What is it up now? 68%. Again, $75 million up front from Lilly. I'm sorry, from Pfizer? No, Lilly. Yeah, Lilly. They're the ones doing the one with collaboration with Eli with Lilly, LLY. It's Oric doing the one with Pfizer, but Oric is starting to slide a little bit. So I thought maybe it'd be prudent still to watch this HTGM, but maybe not. Maybe not. This is the one that did the reverse split yesterday and had the huge run and then the drop, of course. So, with the THMO, all I'm looking for now is maybe a break out of here. And if I took this one, it will probably be very, very quick. I don't anticipate that it would hold any gains unless they come up with some news today, which somehow I doubt they're going to come out with any news. There's the OP. Of course, that was the wild one from yesterday. The reverse split looked like it was happening in the pre-market, and then they canceled it in the pre-market, postponed it to today. So this is better reflected because before this reverse split, this was a 20-cent stock. So it's a 10 for 1, 1 for 10 reverse split. So that makes sense that it's around the $2 level right now. I'm here at CLF. CLF rise higher on annual fixed prices for steel. Annual fixed prices for steel. Okay. So if that's happening, how about US Steel, X? Interesting. So CLF is running, but X is not. And oh yeah, by the way, we're in for a rocky open. We had a great day yesterday in terms of most of the indices moving higher. Now remember, the Santa Claus rally doesn't officially start until tomorrow, if there is going to be one. So officially tomorrow. But yes, the market is in for a rocky opening. So having said that, look at ape now really dropping. I really thought about if I could understand if I could have understood it just a little bit more, I would have piled into a short on this one. Lots of shorts available, 1.34 million at Interactive Brokers. So this is like now, is AMC run? It's sort of is this sort of counteracting? No. Okay. So this is getting worse and worse for shareholders now. Because some AMC holders may have been ape holders at the same time, so one would counteract the other to a certain extent if you were holders, depending, of course, what proportion you held of AMC versus ape. But now they're both dropping. And if ape goes right back down to here and AMC remains low, I mean that is just devastating. I think that AMC is now isn't that an all-time low? Not quite an all-time low. All right, I'm going to check the major sectors. So from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Docked Channel Bar, and then go down to the Show More so I can see my sector status channel. Here's my sector status channel. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's, excuse me, there's XLE, there's the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 71, usually it's all or nothing, but when I say all or nothing, usually it's 100% up or 100% down. In this case, we've got about 71% of the stocks that make XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what that means. So when you start to look around the other major sectors, you can see right off the bat, of course, we're in for a rocky open. Tech stocks, XLK, virtually almost 100% of them are below yesterday's close. And as always, now with the move yesterday, let's see how many we're getting closer to that 200-day. So here's XLE, and I always like to point out where they are, where these major sectors are in relation to the 200-day moving average. And that's that green line you see in the chart. And then retail. Yeah, so there's that green line. As you can see, it was moving further and further away. But yesterday, probably, well, I'm sure every sector was up with that big market pop yesterday. But the reality again setting in, perhaps consumer staples, which has been a you know good one, almost, well, good one. I say above the 200-day moving average. But you can see what was happening. It was getting closer and closer to the 200-day. Had a little pop yesterday. So moving off that 200-day. Healthcare, XLV, again, was moving closer and closer to the 200-day, little pop yesterday. Industrials, XLI, here's the theme, guys, moving closer and closer to the 200-day, and then the pop yesterday. Financials will be the interesting one because they had actually breached the 200-day for being, above it well, not above it here on the 11th, or I guess November 10th. It's holding, and then all of a sudden on that day, tried yesterday to get back up to it, but we're in for another rocky start, so we'll see what happens. There's that 200-day for financials. Consumer discretionary, this will definitely, it might have had a little jog higher yesterday, but So way below the 200-day. Materials, XLB. Yeah, another one that was, kind of hanging over the 200-day for a while. Reached it, got up to it, touched it yesterday, didn't close above it. And then, of course, Pearl Communications. I'm sure it had a little pop yesterday, but yeah, still way below the 200-day moving average, like way below it. Consumer staples, and on a percentage basis, I'd have to figure out which is further down. Might be the XLC probably. And then there is technology, and so you can see it is still, of course, below. Had the little pop yesterday, like most of the sectors. Had that glimmer of hope back here on the 13th of December. Look like, man, are you kidding me? Is it going to, are we going to get the tech sector above the 200-day moving average? And it's not up there, but it didn't close there, and then it's been drifting down since, other than that little pop yesterday. Okay, so that takes care of looking at the sectors. So again, if you were, I mean, right now, I mean, things can really change once the market opens, of course, but if you're looking at an energy play, that is the only positive sector right now. Mr. X, I love that. Yeah, the CEO of AMC posting that. Well, you know what? He says choke on this. Well, I'm sure most shareholders are choking on their share price. That's what I think. I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube room. The CEO from AMC put up, well, obviously, look, I mean, of course, CEOs are going to put a positive spin on anything, but the bottom line is, if I was holding AMC for all these months and years that people have been telling me it's going to, have this incredible short squeeze because of all these nefarious shorts out there that have not been accounted for, I wouldn't be happy. Good morning, Mr. Mike C. So utopians, I like that one now. Utopians. So we've got the utopians and the discordians. I haven't come up with a name for these guys. The main room. Yeah, but blue collar. I mean, that there's just all sorts of stuff that's been posted for months and, well, almost a year now. Well, almost 2 years. All this started in January of 2021. So in January of 2023 is when so it'll be 2 years when all this stuff began. And for a while, there's no question, it was pretty interesting. But, over the last few months, even a year, my feeling about all of these things is it's one thing to, blame shorts and blame this and blame that for a stock, but look at the underlying business. I mean, does it make sense? And I look at GME, it just doesn't make sense as a business anymore. I mean, it's not quite Blockbuster. There you go, legal. Yeah. Somebody in our YouTube room. I met an AMC believer and tried to tell him better. If he would listen, poor guy was long from 28 and refused to cut losses. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the problem. I mean, listen, you want to trade. I don't care what you trade, as long as you have a stop. But if you've got this, look, and there's nothing wrong, I suppose, with taking a little portion of your account and putting in some pipe dream. I get that. We're human, sometimes, but it can only be a little portion. The rest, in my opinion, no problem. I don't care what you trade as long as you have a stop and with a manageable loss if it doesn't work out. So keep an eye on the THMO, guys. Just keep an eye on it. See if it has any sort of a run from four. It'd be highly risky. Okay. What was the reverse split? Oh wow. You know this now. So this has about 730,000 shares in this in the this has about 730,000 shares in the float now. Okay, THMO. Because it was a 45, one for 45 reverse split. So divide 45 into 33, you get about 730, say 700,000 shares now. So what's the short float? It's probably, you're talking about the short float percent? Yeah, it's 20%. It always seems to be about this 19 to 20%. So they asked in YouTube room. And if I go to another website, it tracks different websites about floats. So let's take a look. Yeah, they're all in lockstep here. Same number of shares outstanding or float, and then there's a percentage of float, all at 19.41. And there are people out there that are going to completely dispute that. They're saying, there are way more shorts out there that have been reported. But I would not want to base my investment or trading on that. All right, guys. I guess William is not here today, so I have to say, let's get ready for the open. We've got about another 20 seconds or so before the open. We get rid of this and get all set. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. But I may make an exception if THMO does anything crazy right from the beginning. But that's up to you. That is up to you. All right. So we've got the Dow down. Of course, SPY is down. NAS is down. So everything is down right now. You know, I was just going to buy it. I was just going to buy it. Well, maybe it's a good thing. I'm talking about the THMO. I was just going to buy it at, I had that little bit of a pop, and I was all set to buy it, and now it just got halted. Shoot. Oh man. Because look at the potential open now. Well, it's all over the place, but I did see 535. God darn it. And AMC is halted on the way up. So is APE moving down? If they're both moving higher, that's interesting. No, so APE is moving down. So look at it like kind of like this, though not exactly. AMC buying APE. So APE pops, AMC drops. Okay, so imagine in other situations where a company is buying another one, that is a simplistic way of explaining it. Look at TAL, guys. TAL is just not quitting. How about the go to? Yep, there's go to now over 4. And Cleveland Cliff, is that Cleveland? No. Yeah, Cleveland Cliffs. Look at this. Look at this run here. I'm, half a billion in the float. That is a great move. Had that news, but it didn't seem to affect. So maybe it's just specific to CLF. Maybe it's only their annual fix because I looked at X. I looked at U.S. Steel to see if it was following. See, well, okay. Now U.S. Steel is on it. It lagged. It was lagging CLF. So when I saw that lag, I thought, well, maybe it's only specific to CLF. I didn't quite understand how that could be. Big pop for CLF. I mean, that's a big move for half a billion in the float. Look at Ally, guys. I saw Ally in the pre-market. Ally is, I didn't see any news on it. I didn't see any news on this one. That Ally on the way down, ALLY. That's a big red bar, guys. Big red bar on that opening 5 minute candle or 15-minute candle of the SPY. But we're already in a big downtrend, and now it's just furthering that downtrend. And look at fuel cell. Not quite well, it is. I think this is an all-time low. Fuel cell had earnings, I think on this day here, December 20th. Yes. Meanwhile, Ally continues down, guys. I didn't take it too early. If it had been an all-time low, I probably would have taken it. But Ally, ALLY, but it's showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Hey, this is going to open in 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. If it's a 5 minute halt for THMO. Starts tomorrow, Jamie. Officially, December 23rd. THMO guys and AMC resumed, and APE got halted. So actually, they're both moving higher. Interesting. It halted again. AMC halted again. And THMO halted again. What does it indicate when the stock is traded to float? Well, the volume is obviously extraordinary and potential. Well, anything is a potential reversal, I guess. But I mean, obviously, there's just interest in the stock. At some point, will a stock reverse? Yes, but any stock could reverse regardless of whether it's traded to float or not. But anything that is traded to float, especially multiple times, look at Grom as an example. Grom was rated to float 7 times. Now, this is a little one. I didn't really expect too much out of this. I mentioned this in the pre-market, but I mean, anything has a potential to reverse, regardless of whether it's traded to float or not. HELE, that was the only upgrade I think I saw. HELE, I think that's the only upgrade I saw, right? Yeah, that was the only one on the list this morning. HELE. Somebody's mentioning, is it to 106? I don't know if they're going to 106, but the high, I know why you're saying that. There's the next high looking left, 106. Actually, that's not true. The next high looking left is 101. What did it get to though? Got up to 100. So the next high looking left is actually 101. Well, when you say it's not working, there was no signal to buy it. Hope you didn't buy it just because it's a reverse split. Somebody said OP reverse split not working. Remember, we're only looking at these reverse splits because of what's happened, but they've got to start moving. Okay, there's got to be like a lot of so this is not really moved. Meanwhile, Rite Aid, I think just made another wow. Rite Aid just made another new low, guys, new all-time low. Market's getting bleaker and bleaker. Look at this big red candle to start off. So if you don't want to short, you better sit in your hands for a while. Oh, wow. You look at UPST. This is an all-time low for UPST. All-time low, UPST. This is really interesting to me. It's just a little early for me to take this, but okay. So the ape resumed. The high in the pre-market was 161. And I'm sure AMC is going to resume. Okay, this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt for AMC. Meanwhile, CLF keeps going higher here, guys. We got another halt here or resume. THMO resumed. Yeah, it didn't really super pop. I think this is just one of those ones in which, well, like ourselves, we're looking for these reverse splits the day of now to see whether or not they have any sort of pop. It's had a little pop, but not huge, not yet anyway. And I mean, when I say huge, I'm talking like a multi-dollar run. Maybe if it takes like 5, it could get it running. Close, 492, 494, no, 489, 494 bid ask. Ooh, look at Rocket guys, RCKT. They did have some news this morning and it popped on that news, but since the market open, it's just completely and utterly given it up. Our little star from yesterday, Verona, VRNA, starting to give up its gains also, VRNA. DCFC, what the heck is happening here? 40 million in the float. Australian stock, DCFC. Looks like there's just too much resistance all the way up. Look at all this on the daily chart. You look left, there's too many little areas where it could stall, in my opinion. Or a straight shot over here to 3, that'd be awesome, but it isn't. So I was just telling us to stick with PRQR. Well, it's definitely $75 million upfront money from Lilly. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely, of course, we got to watch it. And looking left, I don't see anything, so I'm gonna have to look at the weekly chart to see where it could stall. Ah, that's right. This has got that huge. This is, yeah, I forgot. I should have been looking at this actually in the pre-market because, yeah, this has got this massive potential gap fill. Potential. I mean, the look left is 615 next high. I'm not saying it's getting there. That's on the weekly chart. Yeah, PRQR guys, with that gap, that potential. No, obviously something happened back here to PRQR. Getting a lot of stocks from Zach's bounce scan, but with the market moving down, I'd be very reluctant to take a bounce right now. Now, with this THMQ, I'm going to stick an alert over 5. Sorry, THMO. I'm going to stick an alert over 5 and see if later on in the day it takes that out. Traders could get interested at that level. Wow. Okay. I know. I saw that one. I saw this was halted. I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. YGMZZ. I didn't see it in the pre-market. Why? It didn't do anything. Market opened, had the big pop. It got halted. It's still halted. Actually, got halted twice. And is there any news on this? Enters into a $34 million agreement, furthers its position as a strategic bulk coal cargo transportation provider. All right. The float only 14 million, oh, actually has earnings after hours today. Has earnings after hours. China stock. Of course, we've got a halt scanner right there. Lets you know when stocks are halted and then when they resume. I should say, of course. Yes, we do. If you're, I don't know if you're a member of Trade Ideas, but if you are, I can give this to you. This is one of the scans I'm sharing from my homepage. All right, guys, THMO is closer to that 5 level. Again, this is just a psychological number to break, okay? And meanwhile, YGM's wow, YG. No, it's funny. I know that it was halted. I got it. This is now halted again, and for some reason, I just discounted it. All right. So for the PRQR, what I'm going to do is set an alert right up in this level around 306 and see if it takes it out later on. Okay. With that potential gap fill. And it did have news, and the news, $75 million, nothing to sneeze at, that Lilly is giving them. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching. There's the PRQR getting closer again to the three level PRQR. I think that is certainly definitely has to be watched all day, especially if it takes out three in a big way. If we're already in it, great. But I think I think a break over three with some conviction could really get it going again because of that potential gap. Tiva, Tiva, guys. So this is having a bit of a run here. Problem is, I think look left, the highs are very close. Boy, look at this. Look at the potential open for this one, $6 for the YGMZ. Oof, this is a okay. AEHR. Where's the next low looking left? Is that right? 1880? Is it? Could that be? Yeah. Wow, that's got some room, guys, on the downside. 1880. AEHR. So if this sort of holds here and then starts moving down, I mean, there's the next low looking left. I got to make sure of that. Yeah, 2053. So 2053, but it broke down through that 2053 briefly. I got down to 2052. So that little low there back here on the 9th of November so far has held this from going down further so far. A little bit of bounce off that low. Still nothing stopping Tal really. I mean, it's been a little bit choppy, but look at Tal, TAL. Oh, I shouldn't say a little bit. I mean, that's a huge bottoming tail. Two of them in a row. Sellers trying like mad, saying, you know what, enough is enough. You know, how many days in a row can you keep going up? But the buyers keep stepping in. And we have another. Oh, I see. ISO actually popped back over. Okay. So you mentioned that one, Ija. I was interested in this one until it got down below $1, but it has popped right back up. And it's oh, I see. So this is after the company said it is buying. Okay, so this is a potential buyout. Okay, so be aware of that. Oh, this is ticking me off, guys. YGMZ, look at this thing, absolutely soar here. Oh, well, I guess that was the one. That was the crazy one for the day. 52% now, and it didn't have a gap up. So you could take, if you the wherewithal to maybe see this a little bit early, that 48% is basically from the open. So It's not like a gapped up or from the close, I guess I should say. Okay, guys, Tiva's getting close to that high, 940. Is it shortable for me? It is shortable. Oh, tons of shares available, 13 million. So let's see if this Tiva stalls at this 940 level. If there's any specific reason for this one, I'm just sort of scanning my headlines. I don't see a specific reason for Tiva's pop. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. I just don't see it on a quick headline. Ah, look at AEHR. The agony of not being in there short now. So, guys, I really think this THMO, if it can break through 5, I think there's going to be some interest. Okay, so I've got my price alert set just over 5. Sava, any news on Sava? No news on it, but look what it did. There's the 200-day moving average. It got below it, and now it's just hovering above it, 30.13. So it's about $1 above that 200-day moving average for Sava, SAVA. And I'm going to pay a little more attention to this high cap or large cap scan, racing scan today. This is the one where which one am I talking about? The VRNA showed up about 20 or 30 times. Well, if you took ISO, there's your next level of resistance, probably around 140-ish. And again, guys, be aware of the PRQR on a 3 break. And again, when I say that, I don't mean you just pile into the trade if it breaks 3, but breaking 3 will be, I think, psychologically significant. Just watch to see how it's trading. All right, guys. Again, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the PRQR for a 3 break and THMO for a 5 break. Just kind of keeping an eye on them. I actually have them thumbnailed, so I glance over, but I do have price alert set, so I don't have to actually watch the charts. Ooh, look at this, another leg down with the SPY. Okay, so this is an earnings play. Not too many guys, but this is an earnings play. MLKN, not very much volume, but it is an earnings play. MLKN. And let's see. I mean, there's a high up here of 2088. Some stuff to get through though to get to that high, but it is an earnings play. Again, very few. What's KMX doing? KMX. Interesting. KMX, CarMax is an earnings play also. Nice base in the pre-market to pop up from, which it did. Look at this. Oof, look at this market, guys. Giving basically all back what we had from yesterday. I think we're up 500 in the Dow yesterday, and I can't remember what Nas was up, but like we're giving it all back. Boy, this Halts Resume scanner has been so active this last couple of weeks. All right, MP, what do they do? Other metal ore mining, okay? So MP, this is a leg down. Let's take a look left where the next lows are. Yeah, too close, 26.26, so it's 40 cents away. I mean, it's not bad, I guess. Those are the next lows. Keep an eye on the PRQR, guys. 295, 290, 294, 295. Yeah, so all these bounce plays from Zach Scanner, not when the market's doing this. I mean, you might get a little bounce, but I think Ren is this is a dividend of some sort, special dividend, dole out, share repurchase. So that's the reason why this, my goodness, why it's dropped this much. It's a dividend. The OP, yeah, I mean, the only reason we're watching this, just in case, right? This is a just in case, sort of like the THMO, just in case it has the pop, on the reverse split. So this is now 15 cents in essence. So it is below, it is actually below 21 cents is where it was. So it's below that. So this is typically what, used to happen with reverse splits. But you never know. I mean, maybe next week, maybe tomorrow, maybe they come up with some kind of silly little fluff press release and it pops it. You never know. But this was not one to buy, unless it had some, unless it was starting to move. In other words, what I was hopefully making sure people understood, it's not a matter of buying the reverse split because we know it's going to pop. No, 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 no. Yeah, he did, and I can give it to you. So that's probably why you're saying, well, how come I'm not getting all these? So there it is. Okay. Come on. Ah, because I got this stupid thing open. One more pop. Okay, guys, there you go. Now I'm trading this very quickly, the THMO, very quickly. I'm going to trust it that it's going to keep soaring over 5, but I was able to get some, and I've already traded some out. Come on, go, go, go. One more, one more. We got a little spready, but luckily the bid cat caught up to the ask a little bit. Remember, this only has about 700,000 shares in the float now. The float values get adjusted twice a month, okay? And this is not from us. That's just the way it works. I mean, what I'm saying is, it's not because we don't want to adjust it every day. Ah, right. Oh, sorry. It's just the way the industry works. The float and the short float percent gets adjusted twice a month. But you have to understand this is a 1 for 45 reverse split today. So divide 45 into 33 and you get about 700,000. And that's it, guys. You've got to be super, especially when a stock has no news. Okay. You can't wander away. Now, I will put another, I'm completely out of it. I will put another, this is not for everybody. I mean, I'll put another alert over 5, see if it takes it out later on again. That can't be right. It's only 9. No, what's the volume on that? See, now I got to halt it on the way down. So hopefully, if you took that one, as I said, you've got to manage the trade. You can't assume it's just going to keep soaring and soaring. I'm going to check that though. Yeah, well, thanks for the AEHR. I wish I had taken it also. That's a great short, being helped along by the market, of course. So the purpose of the room, I'm just throwing out opportunities, indicating opportunities for people. Whether if it meets your trading plan, then you can take a look. But again, on that bounce scanner from Zach, I mean, yeah, you're getting a lot of alerts from it. But boy, at this point, I'm not saying nothing will bounce, but the bounce will probably be very small if it did, just based on what the market's doing. Yeah, Oric is popping. It was a pretty decent sell-off down to $4 early on. Did hit 578 in the pre after hours yesterday, and they do have this deal with Pfizer PFE. Now, here's this little earnings play, guys. MLKN. Yeah, not a lot of volume. Miller Knoll. Okay, I know these guys. Office furniture. So they're doing a little bit better than Steelcase, it seems. Now, I don't know. I have to compare market cap, of course, but their Steelcase, they had earnings a couple of days ago. Actually, looked pretty good, but now it's starting to fall. But it was already falling before earnings. MP kept moving down. It said about 40 cents. Didn't I say about 40 cents to the next low? Love to take this one, this ALVO. Boy, what did it do? It popped up to $12 in the pre-market. This is actually an AI alert. The only Icelandic stock, even though I know it's incorporated in Luxembourg, but only Icelandic stock on the or company that's listed. I think it's the first one. I was actually following it for a long, 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 long time, and then I gave up. Whoa, good on you on the Oric now. Wow, getting close to that pre-market after hours high. Well, not I guess 574, 577. Okay, guys. Well, THMO may not be over. Takes out five again. It could get another little run. But again, if you take this one, you don't wander away from your computer. I know this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but you got to understand what's happening here for the Ren. So if you're looking for counter trades, guys, I mean these are the ones because I mean with the market just moving down, these stocks are up. Okay, looking for sort of counter trades, counter to what the market's doing. Doesn't mean they're moving up. It doesn't mean they're making new highs, of course, but they're still up at least 2%. And maybe maybe that you play some of these on a pullback, but sure like to see the market stop going down, like stop. Don't care if it moves up, but just sort of base a bit. Don't want to see some more giant red candles. If you're trying to play bounces, if you're going short all over the place, you know, bring on the red candles. PRQR doesn't look like it wants to do it right now. I actually thought this one would do better than the ORIC just based on the $75 million. Look at the volume. That's what I thought. Look at the volume for thermogenesis. Only 286. I guess that's 200. I don't know what's happening here. The single stock window for THMO is kind of weird. I don't know what that means, that volume. Anybody have a volume number for THMO? The reason I say that, I don't know what this means. If that's actually 997, 900. No, that moved down. So I don't know what that means. 727,000. Hmm. It's almost like our relative volume has been juxtaposed, because that looks like the relative volume and the volume have been switched based on what you guys were saying. Yeah, that's what's happening. Weird. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just talking internally, just following some discussions we're having about these reverse splits and all. Yeah, no, the issue is that for some reason our relative volume and our relative volume and volume numbers have been switched, and I no explanation for it. Of course, doesn't happen. I've never seen that before. But you can see the relative volume is it says 700. Well, that's the volume, and that's the relative volume on top. So no, I have no explanation for it. Let me see if yeah, you see that's yeah. So for the OP, I'm just looking at another reverse split to see if the same thing was happening. If this is sort of reverse split related, but it is not. There's the volume for OP at 4 million, not up 840,000, right? So, or 800. 840%. I mean, it's not up 840%. Just hasn't been split adjusted. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, let's see what else is happening here. I'm just kind of another halt or a resume for okay, now on the way down. Have you ever heard me say, do not wander away from your computer when you get into one of these crazy ones? Look at this, it's actually gone negative now, or almost. Yeah, we're gonna be hard pressed to find anything coming, any new stocks coming in here now, with the market putting in another giant red bar. Another one just cratering down. EVLV, not quite an all-time low. EVLV, maybe some support around two. Looks like it. Work after that little pullback down here, 481, back over five again. Back this out on a weekly chart to see where it could keep going. So it looks like the next high is 550. There's a there's a high here of 511. Okay, so I think it got a little bit above that. Yeah, I got the 525. So there is that high of 511 is still out there. And then the next high after that is 550. So there is a little bit of room left. It wants to keep going. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but at least all I'm trying to do is take chart resistance out of as one of the reasons why a stock will not keep moving higher. Million other reasons why it won't keep going, but at least you like to take chart resistance out of the equation. Nike is strong. Yeah, well, at least it's back to yesterday's close and earnings yesterday, of course, but faded most of the day. Now, Berkeley Lights, aren't these the ones who are buying ISO? So they're actually gone positive now. Yeah, buyout dropped 17% after the buyout offer for ISO, but actually it's gone positive now. But look left, what do you see? I see some resistance, 247, 246, probably 250. Yeah, just all these little areas of resistance for it to keep moving higher, in my opinion. All right, this doesn't, I think that's it for THMO, guys. I still have my alert set for 5, but doesn't look like this is going to have that mega run. Maybe keep an eye on West, guys. West got all the way down to 751 in the pre-market. I think they had some news. Shares are oh, that's right. So registration for potential sale down the road. Um, there is the VWAP, 1069. So it's just a little bit above the VWAP. If it took out the VWAP, that could turn into a short. So I'm going to stick an alert at let's see, right around 1060 for West, just to see if it takes out the VWAP. Doesn't mean, again, just because if I do get a price alert doesn't mean I just pile into the trade, but I want to know about it and see how it's looking. And that is for WEST. Yeah, this one has had a couple of great days. EDSA, big day yesterday. I do recall seeing this one. Broke underneath the dollar, and then it broke above, and then another day today for it, EDSA. Problem is that it came right into the 200-day moving average. 171 was the high. There's 176 is the 200-day. You can kind of see it got stuck right there. This is not shortable for me, though. In other words, would it get stuck again and then you could short it? But it's not shortable for me. I don't see that headline for Sava. I'm not saying it's not there, but I don't see that headline for Sava unless it's going to be, it's down, yes, but I don't see the tie. Yeah, sorry. I know you mentioned CORZ earlier. Ah, okay, that's why. Well, yeah, I mean, it's I don't trade these, but hey, go have fun. 222%, huge huge float for a 10-cent stock, now 16-cent stock, 250 million. It's traded 189 million now. Well, the ISO is just, yeah, good one. I mean, the ISO coming into what I think is probably some resistance. Now, this is shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Now, this is the potential buyout by that BLI. So all I've done today, guys, is that very, very, very quick trade of THMO. I think kind of fortunate, break over five, and I was trading it out like mad. If it had had some news, maybe I would have been had a little more resolve. But there's no news on it other than the reverse split. I don't like that either, Ija. A couple of things I don't like about YouTube. No time stamping, and no, you guys can't share cloud links if I had to look at something. A 10-second delay. Okay, gambling, guys. CZR, Caesar's Entertainment. Where's the next low looking left? Yeah, it looks like about 40.79. So there's some room on this one. I'd like to see it base just a little bit, and then maybe it can hop on a bit of a short. There's, about a dollar to the next low. Really, Pepe? Gosh, Pepe, you know everything. What don't you know? Well, the YouTubers are there because they want to be there. Okay. I always put there is a main room they can come to, but a lot of people just, if they don't care about seeing my screen, I'm sorry, if they don't care about a lot of interaction with other traders, I mean, it's easy to go to YouTube. But for those who are new into the YouTube room and you want to go into what I call the main room, this is a lot more traders are in there. And you can even go into the Discord room. I don't think there's that many traders in there, but so you've got three options. Oh, I know it has no delay, but some people don't care. I mean, you don't know there's a delay, if you've not been in the other rooms, really. So both of these are going higher. The BLI, and the ISO. Interesting. For the BLI is supposedly going to try to buy ISO. Very. Well, so it's only 5 seconds. Okay, I thought it was more like 10 seconds or 8 seconds. Well, I tried to get that Alvo. Oh, man. It's an AI alert. I think the magnet could be this little pop in the pre-market up to 12. Sad news. Man, well, okay, it's still over 100. Meta. How's Tesla doing? The answer is yuck. Look at this, down $7. Remember when Coke wanted to go to drift off their formula that had made them all sorts of money for decades, and they went to what Coke something I New Coke or whatever the heck. Why am I saying that when I'm bringing up Tesla? That was a huge, huge, huge mistake for the company, and they went back and said sorry. I have the feeling that if he could go back in time, but his ego, I don't know about his ego, but back in time and say, you know what, and leave this Twitter thing alone. I mean, I'm saying that's the only reason that Tesla is going down, but I think it's a contributing factor. Really? New Coke. That's right, Peter. That was called the New Coke. Well, they may have doubled, but they went back to the old Coke. There was a palace revolt. Some unbelievably bad business decisions by some companies that you would think would know better, like Sony back in the Betamax days, wouldn't license it to other to manufacturers. They were stubborn. So yeah, VHS came along and said, you know what, we'll license to anybody who wants it, even though it was an inferior product. And Sony lost. I mean, Sony had the market for their Walkman. They had the market. Didn't recognize what they could have done with it. Hundreds of millions of people had it, and let Apple take that business from them when Apple was basically going bankrupt. But I digress. Well, guys, I am not seeing. I do not remember Bones Bones. No, that I do not remember. All right, I'm not getting too many new alerts, but you know this has been a sneaky one. You know, I didn't take it. It's been a sneaky one. This MLKN, very one of the few companies releasing earnings, but it's been super sneaky. Look at this now, over 20. Probably mentioned it right here around the 19 mark. There wasn't a lot of volume. The volume is picking up. It's an earnings play. And the next high looking left is, well, actually, it is now 2087. I'm not saying it's getting there, but spread is not terrible. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Well, 10:41. I'm not getting too many new alerts here, so I will. You know what I'm going to do? a little bit about the promos we've got going on here. So we do have a 30% off sale right now. Okay, so I put that in a lot of the rooms here. Holiday 30% off sale. 4 days, 16 hours, 16 minutes, 38 seconds left, counting down. So holiday 30. Now here's the confusion, okay? You can select there's the code for 30% off. Select your subscription. Now, first of all, forget that holiday 25, okay? So here are the four plans. We've got annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the annual premium would be 2,000 less 30%, bringing it down to 1,400, and the standard would be 1,000 less the 30%, bringing it down to 700. Okay, so again, don't forget, don't use the holiday 25, use holiday 30. Trust me, that's the code to use. Prove it to, click on the purchase, make sure it's all in caps. Okay, and there's your 30% off. Okay, well, the big difference is the AI. AI is given one interesting look here at this Alvo. You're trying, later on, this PRQR could start to work. I wouldn't give up on it. When I say give up on it, I would wait for another 294 break maybe, and certainly a 3 break. You don't have to go on an annual subscription. You can go monthly. So 118 or 228 standard premium. You get the 30% discount for the first month only. Okay. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, and there's nothing wrong with that, this is what you pay going forward. However, if you do decide that you want to take out an annual after taking out a monthly, you do it within the 30 days, we'll honor the 30% discount. And so that goes for any existing monthly subscriber. Okay. If you're an existing monthly subscriber and you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 30%. Next, my homepage. Yeah, I would say it's a pretty tough day for the dip plays. I mean, you might get some bounces in some, but you wouldn't think you'll get an extensive bounce. Not until the market just doesn't have to go up, but just stop going down. Maybe even just sort of basing a bit, just sort of. But with the market going down the way it is, it's pretty tough to play a bounce. Okay, so I did put my homepage link in also. So I'm going to click on that, show you what you're going to see. I think there's a lot of great information on my homepage. So again, here again, you can click on that if you want to take out a subscription. It's the same thing, holiday 30. Click on the get trade ideas, and the same screen will show up. Don't worry the fact that it says holiday 25. Okay, use holiday 30 for 30% off. And as always, if you take out a subscription, you must do this. There's a short, well, 30 minutes, 10 videos, goes over the download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. Okay, mandatory you do that. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for right here, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. Probably not, I don't know what it's done. Was it QFin this week? Is that what it was, a China stock? Tough to come up with one trade, though, as a trade of the week. And in fact, today is, I'll go over that. Today is Thursday, so Steve should be in our YouTube. You're going to ask him about, how he comes up with the trades of the week, etc. So when I take my break between 12 and 1, Steve Gomez should be there. I'll verify that, contact him, make sure. Sometimes he and Jamie switch. And here's, I think, a great link. You've got all sorts of education here. You've got a great user guide. Here's that getting started. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about, okay? Obviously, a lot more information in the user guide. You don't have to know everything, but certainly understand what the alert windows are, top list windows, and stock racing is all about. There's the getting started again. So that's what I was talking about, the daily support session. So between Monday and Friday, between 12 and 1, I take a break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And again, because it's Thursday, it should be Steve Gomez. And I'll put the link in the main room and Discord, how to get to the YouTube room if you want to head over there and listen to Steve for an hour. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos about trade ideas. Lots of great videos are here too. Back to basics. Great free resource. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Introduction to charts and candlesticks and support and resistance, etc. Last, my scans. So here are the scans that I am sharing. This is one I just added this week, the upside movers versus the downside movers. Okay, but these are the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I've been using in the pre-market for years and years and years. My pre-market act is up and down. Here are the two races that I'm showing or sharing. So here are the scans that I am sharing. So if you decide you do want to take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage link or that holiday link that I put in. If you do take out a subscription using those links, the room will get credit. Yes, I get a little piece of it. Okay. Also, though, saving my link allows you to access my scans, which I change up from time to time. And of course, this big education link. What I try to do here is take most of the things that you'll find on our website homepage and put them in here so you don't have to go there and try to find the information that I think is important. Okay. How do I change the time frame to 9:30 to 6 a.m. in the early morning training? Are you talking about on the chart, Lance, or anywhere? Are you talking about on our? This is a question I have in YouTube room. So again, are you talking about on the chart, or are you talking about in a top list? And can you hear me? Am I on mute? No. Okay. Can you hear me, Lance? Okay. So are you talking again about a top list window? For instance, here. Okay. Here's a top list window that I've got. So if you want to see anything before 9:30 in the top list window, as an example, you right click and click on time frame. You see where it says live always? Okay, that's what you do. If you're talking about a top list window, one with a T, then right click, go start again, right click, time frame, and then click on live always. When you do that, it'll like whatever time you open, you'll have data all the way. Basically, it'll run from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Okay. You can use alert windows in the pre-market, but you have to, you have to use some alerts at work in the pre-market, like the pre-market highs and lows and things like that. Okay. But if you're talking about a top list, that's what you do. That answer your question? And then of course with the charts, the same thing. So if you click on something and you want the chart to load for the pre-market, you have to go to properties, or right click on the chart and then go to properties, and then where it says show pre-market, check it. You want the post-market, check it. Okay. Did that answer your question? Yeah. So for instance, on Zach Scanner, it was alerting, MP back here should be in this one. Okay. Now here we have maybe a pause in this downtrend. What time is it right now? 10:53. So this candle has another 6.5 minutes to close. So maybe, yeah. So I mean, if you use my pre-market active scan, for instance, Lance, if you have, you click on my homepage link, and one of the scans that I'm sharing is my pre-market scan layout. So this is what. So when I wake up, and I'm on the West Coast, so I'm not getting up at 6 a.m. Eastern time, but 4 4 o'clock my time, so it's 7 o'clock Eastern time. But anyway, when I load trade ideas, it's the first thing I see. My pre-market actives up and down. And so they'll start working. I'll see whatever they are right off the bat. So if you are getting up at 6 a.m. Eastern time, you can take that pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down, and I've sorted it on the change from the close. So you'll see the ones that are popping or moving. Yep, everything, virtually everything works with the standard account. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That's the big difference. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason if people want to take out a premium. Usually that's the reason that they want to do it. They want to have access to the AI. So all the scans I'm sharing, everything I'm sharing, all the scans you see here from, click on new and then dock channel bar, all these theme-based channels, everything is part of the standard service. Boy, this is the one that kind of got away, guys. MLKN, very few earnings plays, and this one, one time was easy, but this just kept moving higher and higher and higher. MLKN. Oh, I have to admit, this surprised me. I mean, the ISO, especially when it dipped down below a dollar, got down to 87 cents. It was active in the pre-market. Their potential buyout by this company called Bly, BLI. And, I mean, there's that maybe that well, I thought maybe 150 might stop it, but not yet anyway. This is shortable for me. Boy, oh boy. There's 179. You would think that it's gonna would really struggle to get one set through 179. So it will acquire the company for $57 million. And what would that equate to as a share price? William, where are you? So BLI is acquiring, at least it's announced that it will acquire the company ISO for $57 million. How does that equate to our share price? I know I could try to do the math on it, but I'll use you as a resource if you can figure that out. Because this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. ISO is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And so I would think, unless you calculate that translates to like $2 or $3, which I can't believe it would. $1.44. Yeah, I know what you've done. I don't know why the single stock window gets jumbled every now and then. Okay, there it is. At least there's the float. Yeah, I didn't see what the shares outstanding were. We just have the float. So I know that's what you did, right? You just divided the shares outstanding into that buyout price and got to 144. Okay. Yeah, I never have shares outstanding here. That's why I know I could have looked it up, but I don't have shares outstanding. I just usually only have the float. Not usually, I only have the float. Well, this looks ripe for a short. Well, but to 144. So if that is true, and you say you didn't check for debt and all that, so but that makes sense then that it was running up to that level at least. Ooh. Well, this one, look at this EDSA. So it broke through the 200-day moving average, 176. Well, it's right at the 200, the area of the 200-day moving average. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm definitely intrigued with this ALVO. The reason the spread is not great, but it's a big break for it, big breakout for it. And I'm not sure what the lifetime, not sure why that says 58% in the lifetime range. Okay. So the day it started to trade as AV, that's why. Okay, so that was one day. So that was one day back in June. It did start to trade as ALVO, and it got up to 14. And then since then, it's just sort of been doing nothing, nothing, nothing for the longest time. And then today they had some news, and that's a big breakout. And it's an AI alert. I mean, this one is still interesting. This MLKN is still kind of interesting. The next high looking left is 2087. So it's got a little bit of room. Boy, if it ever break that out, though, I mean, you're talking up here 22, 23. I'm saying it's going to happen, of course, but market is putting in a little bit of a pop here, a little bit. Well, a pop in that there's a green candle. And what time is it now? So it has another 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes or so before this closes, this candle closes. Oh, this has been a wild one. This X curve. Saw this one yesterday. Saw it the day before. It gave, it looked like it was going to make a move over a dollar, and then it didn't. And then yesterday, it got all the way up to 155, but it sold off down to 110. And now it's back doing its thing again. XCUR, low float. That's why these sort of things can happen. 3.68 million in the float. Starting to get a few now here. Here's the Alvo, guys. Here's this. If the spread ever really tightened up, it could get rocking. Not bad. I mean, it's up 26%, but right now the spread 1022, 1050. You get that bid catching up to the ask. This could, I mean, I think traders, all we're looking at here is that spike to 12, and then another one to 1123. And the trend is up. AI alert. So it's got some things going for it. Did have some news. Even showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. And, and you can see why 38 times normal volume because just didn't trade, doesn't trade that much. All right, guys, maybe this is well, it's a bounce, obviously, DCFC. However, there's the VWAP. What was the one that I was looking at? Maybe getting down to the VWAP. quite a while ago. Well, look at the VWAP, right, for Sava. So the VWAP is 3190. So it's just above the VWAP. Major, you're talking about Sava, maybe trying to bounce. Uh, so 3190, so it's a little bit above it. So that was short-lived green bar, guys, on the SPY. Now it's turned into more of a doji. Okay, guys, just ADCT, ADCT. This is another one, all-time low now, ADCT. Maybe interesting, underneath that whole number, 3. I don't know how dynamic it will be, though, on the way down, but and here's another one on the way down. I think this one has maybe that support around 2. I'm talking about the EVLV, EVLV, maybe some support around 2. Guys are talking about ALT. Y to 20. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. I see what you're looking at. Yeah, I mean, there's the week on the weekly chart, the high is around 20. I guess that's why you're talking about. Yeah, they broke that high at 1416, and the high right here, 1416. A couple of them. Is that right? No, 1416. So it did that easily earlier today. Very choppy though, extremely choppy. Look at all these bottoming tails. So now, the buyers are certainly in control right now. But the sellers have tried. They've tried all those bottoming tails. The sellers have really tried to knock this down, but buyers are in control as we speak. What sort of spread is it? It's funny. The spread is okay. 1496, 1498. Very, very tight spread. Interesting. I thought maybe with these bottoming tails that the spread would be a little tough, but yeah. You know what? It was the West. Wasn't it I think it was the West that I had yeah, I was wondering if it would. So there you go. Shoot. I had the alert set at the VWAP for the West to see if it would take out the VWAP and move down, but you know what? It basically the VWAP held and it bounced up. I think this is just an overreaction to the news that they're authorizing shares companies, because who knows, in the future, they may want to raise money. And if they want to do that, they've got to have shares available. So that's what a lot of companies will do. They'll go ahead and authorize a whole bunch of shares, and shareholders freak out because they think, oh my gosh, they're going to unleash them tomorrow. And, I mean, once they're there, of course, they can do it at any time if they do it at all. I just wish the spread would tighten up for the alvo. Okay, so don't forget about PRQR. Okay, don't forget about it. If you haven't put a price alert at 3, do so. I would do so and see if later on in the day it takes this out. It's below the VWAP now. VWAP is at 275, so it's really right at the VWAP. Really interesting reaction on this Bly guys who are put an offer to buy that ISO for about $55 million or something. You can see the initial reaction was to where did it close yesterday? It's like it closed at about 238-ish or so. So it gapped down in the pre-market to 194. Shareholders not happy with that. And then look what happened after that. Interesting. The AI has decided to put a short out on this one right now. The LI 292 is the next high looking left. Ooh, I saw this got halted, but I thought it got halted maybe on the way up, but no, DFLI halted on the way down. Saw this one yesterday. Doesn't trade very much though. That was the issue. DFLI had a huge run all the way up to 28 a couple of days ago, I should say. Is it really? ISO halted on the downside, really? I don't see that. Oh, I do see it now. Yes. Is Blythe halted too? The reason I'm saying that, I just tried to take a short at 277, and I couldn't get a fill, and there's 1.4 million available, and it hung there at 277 for, I don't know, at least 10 seconds, and I couldn't get a fill. So I thought, is it halted? But it's not halted. Well, DAO, guys, DAO. This is running here. A nice day yesterday, continuation today. Definitely counter to the market. But why would the uptick rule be in effect? I'm not trying to short. Well, yeah, I am trying to short it. Oh, did it go down 10% yesterday? It wasn't down 10% yesterday, so why would the uptick rule be in effect? At any rate, something blocked me from taking that short. Might be a good thing. We'll see. All right, so here's one that always going to catch my eye, something that just over the whole number, SBS. So let's take a look at this one, SBS. So there's the VWAP, 1112. So it's at 1110 right now. So a little pop over that might get this one running a bit. When you look left, what's the next high? 1172 has some room. If it can take out the VWAP, you've got to contend with today's high, but if it can take out the VWAP, it's a big float. Yeah, 340 million in the float. Rocket actually had a bounce, guys. So the VWAP kind of held 1781. Probably too late. Wish I'd seen this a little bit earlier. RCKT, RCKT. I said it yesterday, and I'll say it today. There's so many halts over the last couple of weeks. This halts resume scanner has been going crazy for the last couple of weeks. There's some days, I can remember some days you didn't get one halt. I can't actually, but I can share it, but I can, oops, let me get rid of this. What you're seeing here, these are the two scans that I'm sharing. You can have my single stock layout if you want. What I do is instead of giving the entire scan, okay, if you click on my homepage link that I just sent, this is what you'll see. So here is the scan section. So here are the two races. Okay, I have other scans that you cannot see that I'm sharing. So here are the two races. There's that single stock window. And if you want my pre-market actives up and down, it's here. Okay, and there's some other scans that you cannot see. You can have them, but I'm just not displaying them. Okay? Rather do it that way than creating a big layout that, a lot of things people don't want necessarily. So you kind of pick and choose what might be of interest to you. Boy. So for instance, in the 10-day daily breakout, look at the Dale going 628, 667 now. Earlier on, we had Cliff 665, 1665. What did it get up to? Yeah, not bad. Got up to 17. So, I mean, again, these are not what I call strategies. None of these are strategies. These are alerts. And, big difference, or ideas. Ideas. I want the idea, then I can decide if I want to trade it. So it's not like I've back tested these and they're all everything you're going to see in here is going to be awesome. No, but I want to see them and then I can make up my mind. This was a wild one, of course, the YGMZ got up to 655 from 510, but that was a wild one. Look at the Dale. So how this is arranged, this is the don't repeat. That's why it says DR, don't repeat. So what happens is I can see the first time a stock was alerted in this scan. I can see the time and I can see the price. So here's Dale as an example at 10:29, but a little less than an hour ago was alerted at 6:28. And I can see this is the repeating version of it. So you'll see Dale every time it makes a new high, you'll see it here. But if I click on Deo as an example, I can see also a little blue arrow that tells me, depending on the time frame you're looking at, this is on a 15-minute chart. Depending on the time frame you're looking at, it'll tell you the candle in which the alert happened, and then you can see what happened afterwards. So kind of visual, see that candle, what happened afterwards. Now, afterwards, it did dip, to 602 at 15-minute candle. But you could have said, okay, I'll wait for that. And then maybe look at that 628, took it out again. Maybe that was a good opportunity to buy it. And if you're asking why I didn't, it's because fortunately, I'm doing several things at once and I flat out missed this one. I would have loved to have seen this one because I love the fact that it did this yesterday and it maintained the 200-day moving average. But and I'm still kind of waiting a little bit on this alvo if the bid ask and if I can ever tighten up. And then on the way down, the same thing. I don't think it's strange because on the way down, you would think on a day that the market is now basically given back all the gains it had yesterday, but really these ones anyway have not really moved that far off the alert price. So that's why I'm saying that that's why the program is called Trade Ideas. I like the ideas. Notice I don't get too many. Okay, I don't get too many, and that's why because I've got some very tough filters in place. So, my price range is this, but this is the key one. The current volume is at least 8. That means it's trading 8 times normal up to this point of the day. So if I drop that down, I would get more alerts. I don't want more alerts. Okay. I want to see these ones. These are the special ones. And again, I'm sharing that. Yeah, alt is definitely, I mean, last time we looked, it was just around 15, right? So alt is definitely have any news yesterday or the last couple of days? Because this got it going 2 days ago and then a huge day yesterday. So on the 20th, On this day, they had a buy from JMP. I'm not too familiar with JMP Securities. I don't know what price target they put on it. That may be what got it going. Ah, no, 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 no. Yeah, but they've got a so Goldman put a target. Okay, that's why they've put a target. Shoot, I wish I'd known that. So Goldman has put a target of 20, and of course that 20 corresponds to the high of that week. If you go back and take a look at a weekly candles, and look at that. Well, 2162 up here, but so that's the reason I had no idea Goldman put that on. Can't believe I didn't see it on this day. Maybe I did, but it just didn't. Yeah, I don't know why I missed this one. 'Cause I would have been definitely interested in getting involved in this one right around that 12 level. Oh well. All right, guys, it is 10:31. So what I'm going to do is just ping Steve, make sure he is going to be in the YouTube room. Sometimes he and Jamie, not Jamie, but Andy switch Thursdays and Fridays. So I'll see if it is Steve. I'll be taking my break in about half an hour. Now this is, shoot, it's just so close though to all this. Look at this LXRX. What a nice break on that 15-minute chart. But it's, a couple things. It's right near that whole number of two. And, even if it broke two, you've got all this 205, you've got 220, and it's just too bad. I wish if all that weren't there, if we were more of a straight shot to say, I don't know, 250, this would be awesome right now, LXRX. But I just look left and I just don't want to trade it. And Steve is typing right now. I'll see if he is going to be in our YouTube room. Yes, it is. Okay, so Steve will be there between 12 and 1 when I take my break. I'll put the link for YouTube in both Discord and the Pro Room. If you want to head over and listen to Steve. Boy, this MP just kept moving down, down, down. Missing out on some awesome shorts today for me today. Very, very, yeah, silly, silly, silly stuff in Mr. X. Yeah, talking to somebody in our Discord room. What are the Discordians? I love it. Discordians, Utopians, Discordians. All right, let's take a look at some of these. There's the Alvo again. It just has to, just the bid just has to catch up to the ask. Ooh, it's starting to, guys. 10:37, 10:45 now for Alvo. This MLKN just kind of hanging around. A little bit of, a little flag action here, just kind of hanging around. One of the few earnings plays there are. And the next high looking left is 2087. So, I mean, I got a little bit of room. If it could take that out, then the next high is 2110. Yeah, I wouldn't. Well, I know I keep nagging on this one, but don't forget about it. Repeat RQR. Because later on in the day, it's basing nicely right around here. But if all of a sudden I mean, the volume is just completely disappeared. I shouldn't say completely. There's the opening candle, so I mean that's skewed. So it looks like it's really bad. Still 578,000 shares. It's traded the float now, 57 million, 63 million. Sorry, a float is 57 million. It's traded 63 million now. So it is traded the float. But it just, what you'd love to see is some kind of a little volume burst, something that stands out, maybe on the 15-minute chart, pop it through three and start to run again. Oh, there you go. Thank you for that one. Mr. X from our Discord room just posted this. I don't know if you guys were seeing NUWE. I just received notice of allowance for its US patent application. So NUWE, just and I'm sure it's halted. Yeah, it just got halted. And that was in our Discord room, posted just to show you right there, Mr. X. Mr. X has been not too many people in our Discord room, but he's been very active. I appreciate all the news that you post in there. And if you want to try out our room in Discord, there's a link up here. So yeah, the plan was to go to Discord by the whatever the first trading day, January 2nd. But unfortunately, we run into a bit of a roadblock with they have a limitation of only 50 people being able to see the screen. You can have as many people in the room as you want, but only 50 people seeing the screen. So but I think what we're going to do is we're going to, of course, keep the pro room. We're going to keep all three rooms going. So you have your choice. Yeah, selling continues, guys. We've not had one green candle except for, well, a very minor one at 9:45 on the SPY. No, other than that, everything has been, well, sort of doji-ish. Also, the last previous two 15-minute candles, but no pop yet in this market at all. This is just the complete reverse of yesterday. Meanwhile, Rite Aid continues to make new lows. This is one I shorted yesterday. Didn't I was toying with the idea of shorting it. New lows, new all-time lows. I did not take it. I didn't think it'd be dynamic enough. Famous last words. 345 down to 330. Not bad percentage wise. Look at this market. Another large forming. This red candle on the SPY has another 4 minutes, a little less than 4 minutes to close. Well, we're gonna have a Santa Claus rally. Tomorrow is the first day officially that it could start happening, if there is going to be one. Okay, so this is, oh yeah, I remember this one, NUWE. So this is an extremely low float. Now there's some not controversy, but I think if you go to different websites, you're gonna get some big variations of that float. Let me just do a quick look. Actually, not as bad as I thought. Okay, so it just resumed, guys. NUWE just resumed. Very low float, but it's about the same everywhere. It ranges from 287 to 400, about 492,000. So, it's in the ballpark. So look at this. Look at NUWE just zipping higher here. They get halted again. I see what you're saying, Mr. X, but how would that work with YouTube as an example that has puts in a 5 or 8 second delay? I don't see how you get around that. Ugh, look at it. I mean, this is, yeah, the flow can help you and it can kill you. I mean, look at that NUWE got up to 1064 and then it just drops down, I think, right around here, 938. So very, 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 very whippy with that float. That's probably one of the lowest floats you're going to see. And again, for those of you who are new, what time is it now? 11:44. So for those of you who are new, you hear me talk about the float all the time. So the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. Typically, if you look at an Apple or Microsoft, or you'll see shares outstanding, and then you'll see the float. So you'll take the shares outstanding, you'll start subtracting what the C-suiters own, the CEO, CFO, et cetera, big mutual funds. You start subtracting all those numbers from the shares outstanding, and that gets you the float because what the C-suiters and the mutual funds typically cannot trade on, every day. They have to, those shares are kind of restricted for daily trading. So that gets you down to the float. So when you get something that is extreme, like for me personally, I think anything under 20 million is a low float. Others might have a different idea. If you're used to trading Facebook or Meta and some of the higher floats that have several billion, you might think 100 million might be a low float. But anyway, 20 million for me is a low float. And then when you get something that's 287,000, that is ridiculously low. Why does that come into play? Well, the only way a stock can typically move like massive percentages, because think about what's happening. Not so much in this case yet, but what is a low float one that's moving today? Anybody give me an idea that I can put up? I think of one that's low, but so what would happen is you would see the volume. Let's just say for argument's sake, I mean, this happens a lot. We'll say the float was 2 million and you saw that the volume was 20 million. That means it's turned the float over 10 times. Okay, which is extraordinary, of course. Sometimes you'll see some of these that are turning the float over 50 times. So basically, when you see that, just think of it like this: the float is the supply, and then the number of shares traded is the demand. Now, the demand is created by A, maybe it's an earnings play, B, could be a press release, or the other one, which can be the real wild card. You don't know why. It's just that for whatever reason, some room somewhere, perhaps some newsletter is pumping the heck out of it. And all of a sudden, traders see that and they just pile in. So wonderful when it moves up, not so good when it moves down. Okay. But it hasn't traded the float. We've have nine, not even if it's 11 million, but it hasn't traded the float. All right, guys. So really, the only one I'm paying a lot of attention to for a later break, potential break, of course, potential break. I'm not anticipating that it's going to happen, but it's the PRQR. It is just hanging underneath the VWAP 275, just hanging underneath. So the first thing I'm going to do is I already have a price alert above 3 right up here around 306, but I'll also put a price alert just over the VWAP, see if it takes that out at some point. Because getting $75 million upfront from Lilly and extending their collaboration agreement, it's nothing to sneeze at. And that's why they had the big pop. And more importantly, looking left on that weekly chart, okay, that's the important aspect of it. All that room it's got. but it may not happen. I mean, I'm not going to anticipate that it's going to happen. Ugly day, guys. Ugly, ugly day. After that little hopeful day of yesterday, but pretty ugly today. If you're wanting to go along anything. Ah, shoot, I remember seeing this one down here, wondering if it could take out the VWAP, and it did. 41.48. That's a nice, actually, there's a nice bounce for BRTX. That's B, sorry, MRTX. Nice bounce for it. What latency setting do I use when streaming YouTube? No idea. Where would I find that? So here it is. So where would I find latency in all this? In a gear somewhere? Let me see if you're answering, if you can answer me. Uh, settings. I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't look at any. I don't look at settings at all. So I'm not sure. Not even sure where are the settings. Maybe tomorrow. Oh, I see. Ultra low. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. YouTube would be an awesome way to go. Only if, but except that I can't create tabs. And you said there is a way to timestamp. Unless we could figure that out. But you say there is a way to timestamp it. You guys can't post collaborative links, which is not a big deal, I guess. I mean, I can post my links in YouTube, but you guys can't, which is always helpful. If somebody's having a problem, I can ask them for their link and I can take a look to see what's going on. Okay, I'll take a look at that link you just put in there later. Okay, guys, it is 11:53. So speaking about YouTube, what I'm going to do right now is Steve is not there yet, but he'll be there probably in about 5 minutes or so. So here is, oops. So here's the YouTube link. Okay. You can head over there and listen to Steve between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. So the 10-day don't repeat. Okay, so it's a 10-day daily breakout, number one. Okay, but the don't repeat version, um, for instance, here, look at Dale. Okay, so the first alert happened at 10:29. The price was 628. So I can click on that. And this is the repeat version. You can see that Dale kept making after that alert at 628 at 10:29 the time. 628 the price. So you can kind of go back in time and say, well, what did it do from there? And you can see it kept repeating. Every time you see this, it means it made a new high. On why I do it this way, just to, so, I wouldn't necessarily even have to have this, because when I click on the alert, you'll see there's a blue candle, or sorry, a blue arrow that'll appear on the chart. Depending on the time frame you're using, it'll indicate it. So for instance, I do have a 5-minute chart on my other monitor. So there it is. That's the candle that happened on the 5-minute chart. It's a candle that happened on the 15. So you can kind of look to see, well, what happened after that alert? Now it had a little pullback, and then after that it just rose. Okay. Or this is sort of the nagging version of it, because I have a sound alert here too. So it's telling me, hey, don't forget about me. I'm making a new high after new high after new high. And it's the same thing with the don't repeat on the daily breakdown, which, as I said earlier, interesting that this is not produced as well as this, even though the market is way off today. I organize a lot of my scans like this, with the don't repeat version beside the repeat version, just so I can, if I only had one, I'd probably just have the don't repeat, because then because I can always click on it, and see, okay, there's your first alert. If the chart loads, there's my first alert right there. I mean, this did okay, got up to 1065, but still kind of holding out to see if it could ever get some momentum going. All right, guys, let's see, 11:57. So I will put my announcement in. But Steve is not there quite yet, but he'll be there momentarily. Okay, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. And Zach's bounce scan keeps shouting away at us, but I'm telling you, it's pretty tough to commit to going along anything right now. Now, you know what might be interesting is the Verona, VRNA, what I call the star of yesterday. And yeah, it's had a little bit of a pullback here. It is down, but look at that. 2170 is the VWAP, guys. 2170 is the VWAP. So this could be something that could be moving here, because I did have the news 2 days ago. Good news, obviously. Big follow-up day yesterday, and I can hear Mr. Steve Gomez. Well, I can't hear him, but I heard a little ping.
Yes, you can.
Just give me 1 second, Steve. I'm just going to mute the other two rooms. Okay, guys, so Steve is in the YouTube room. I put the YouTube link in. You can head over there and listen to Steve between 12 and 1. So I'm just going to mute myself in the Pro room and the Discord room. And now I can talk to you for a bit. You sound like you got a little bit of a cold.
You got it. We're just passing it around over here. Um,
Hmm.
I got 11 hours sleep last night trying to stave it off, but
11 hours.
yeah, I knocked
Wow.
myself out with some over-the-counter help and just trying to make it to the weekend.
Hmm.
It's
Well, and it's
crazy.
kind of a big weekend too.
Why is that? Oh, yeah, it's the Christmas
Well,
three-day weekend. Yeah,
I think it's called Christmas. I don't know.
yeah.
Maybe it's not a big weekend for
But
you.
I saw on TV, man, I really feel for these people that are trying to travel cross country with their flights
Oh,
being delayed and canceled and sitting in airports on the floor. And I mean, I might feel a little sick, but I'm enjoying just sitting at home with nowhere to go.
yeah. Well, I used to run, I'm from Montreal, and but when I moved out to, moved to Edmonton first and then Vancouver, and my mother was still back in Montreal, and I'd go back at Christmas, and yeah, always wondering, I could get out of Vancouver was no problem, but landing in Toronto or Montreal, who knows? Because
Weather,
winter weather, especially out there,
yeah,
but they're prepared for it, so they've got all the snow plows ready at the airports. I don't think it's quite the same in a lot of parts of the states. I think that's probably one of the reasons. But if you get 2 feet of snow, doesn't matter how many snow plows you got,
yeah.
it's going to
There's a
disrupt
giant
things.
cold snap out there, so I hear, because I live in San Diego, and it's going to be 75 on Christmas.
You know, I'm surprised it's that warm because we've been unseasonably cold in Vancouver. I mean, we're below. How can I explain it for you guys? We're about 22.
Yeah, yeah.
22, which is really cold for Vancouver. I mean,
We
usually
just don't
we're up.
we just don't get the Arctic blast like North America and Canada do. That's Southern
Yeah,
California. We get kind of cut off from a lot of stuff.
I guess. I guess.
I'll take it.
Anyway, my friend, I'll let you take over. I guess you've taken over the screen. Or no, you haven't.
I
Yes, you
have.
have,
No,
Verona.
I'm an expert now. Click, click, click.
Yeah, I was just talking about the Verona. In fact, the VRNA. I see you've got it up and running.
Well, that's why I had
So,
it up. Heard you talking
okay.
about it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right.
So now, can you go to one, or do you have to leave a little
I've
early?
got the dev meeting today, so whenever you get back is cool.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Thanks.
Okay. Talk to you later.
Sure. See you. Hello, everybody. We had it pretty cold in San Diego. Yeah, you're in Patrick. You're in San Diego. I think that rings familiar. I can't remember. I don't know what part of town you are. If you want to tell me, I'm over by Miramar University City off the 805. That's why you might hear military jets sometimes in the background. Forest Ranch, very familiar. Yeah, RB. Cool. Forest Ranch. That was a great place to raise a family when they started building that area. Good schools, good parks. I've been here since 74, Patrick. Moved here when we were like, actually, no, 73. Lived in Claremont. My dad built the first self storage facility in the city of San Diego off the 15 freeway there, just as you're heading towards the stadium. And that was pretty cool. Put me through college. But he and I used to ride motorcycles right off of La Jolla Village Drive in 805, Miramar Road. The city was very different back then. All right, let's talk about what we should talk about. Asia's got a question. Pepe might have an answer. Looks like you guys are chatting. If it's something trade ideas related, if it doesn't work out, I can try and help. Yeah, Patrick, it's a great city. Back to that. A friend of mine I grew up with traveled the world, literally. He's a racer. He actually just finished third in the Baja 1000 at my age. And he said, I've been everywhere in the world, and hands down, when you consider weather and bugs, San Diego is probably one of the nicest places he's ever seen. Some places have great weather, but Crazy insects. So guys, let's talk about the market. I'm not doing hardly anything. I don't like what I'm seeing out there, quite honestly. This is really kind of concerning. This day right here, we gapped up on what the market thought Fed Powell was going to goose the market, and it just never materialized. It became this giant opportunity to just sell. This has been a very long, extended selling session, day after day. And the Qs are getting the worst of it. And I say that because, like, if we look at the low here, uh, 3 days ago, we taken that out in the NASDAQ. Go to the SPY, we have not taken that out yet. So, relatively speaking, the tech stocks, the NASDAQ, what's Apple doing? Apple's trying to take out lows. I think we all know Tesla is not helping at all. This thing is just getting murdered. Oh boy. At some point, Tesla will probably have an oversold bounce. I'm not quite sure where that might be. If we look left, this thing could head to 100 down here. It's broken through this choppy support over here with, I mean, 110 or 100 could be in play for Tesla. I think a lot of people are really punishing Elon Musk right now for what he's doing. Right or not, it's probably not helping. What a weird story APE is. AMC and APE. I don't get it. I'm not playing it. I just know those are some ugly charts. But I also know that there are some valid points being made by these apes. Naked shorting is a real thing. It's not talked about much, but it's funny when the SEC, they'll bust 5 or 6 pump and dumpers on small cap stock with Discord rooms. But when it comes to naked shorting and the kind of games the big guys play, they just have lunch and laugh about it. So it's kind of disconcerting. So my point is, I do want to see a resolution to GameStop and AMC, but I want to see the theory proven, because that's what's really going on. And same things going on in silver. Silver and gold have been held down. I mean, I can just go back. I'm not going to go to a weekly, but silver and gold have been held down by synthetic shorting, paper shorting banks, B of A, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Credit Suisse. It doesn't matter who. And why would they want to synthetically suppress the price of gold and silver? Well, they can't suppress the price of gold and silver in physical, because the physical has about $4 above spot price right now. Physical is in huge demand, but these paper products, these are what the banks can come in and just create and do a naked short. So to tie it all together, I really want to see this AMC, GameStop, APE thing worked out, because it happens, and somebody needs to be held accountable for it. So I don't know how it's going to resolve, but it'd be nice to see the big guys get slapped around once by the law and the SEC. Yeah, good point on so PSLV, which I'm not trading. I'm basically holding a giant chunk of my 401k. I've got a lot in cash right now, but I also have a responsible percentage allocation in PSLV instead of cash, because I just don't trust the dollar. I haven't trusted the dollar, and I'm fully bullish on silver. So, as I was saying, SLV is nothing. There's going to be a day when SLV is exposed, and people are going to go, why didn't I buy PSLV, the Sprott Physical Silver Trust? This is a trust, and it is asset managed by Sprott, and they have the bullion to back it up. They're audited frequently. They're totally open with their purchases and their sales. But PSLV is probably, if you can't buy the physical and put it in your vault or whatever, PSLV is probably the best thing you could do in lieu of that, because there's going to come a day when people realize that this SLV ETF This thing's garbage. It's been used as a tool by the banks. And again, why do they want to do that? Because it's all about the US dollar, the petrodollar, the fiat currency, which is a sham. But if people started buying silver and gold and the natural supply and demand started sending silver and gold higher, it starts getting on the news. People start to go, oh, God, what? Maybe I shouldn't be trusting the dollar. So it's literally been an exercise in protecting the US dollar, which brings us to this chart. So you see the dollar's had quite a run down here over the last year and a half. And technically speaking, two areas broke. This 50-day moving average broke the US dollar. And again, this is UUP. It's a basket of the US dollar against a basket of other currencies. It's not one simple pair. So it's just kind of a broad index of our dollar. And so technically speaking, this was the first break, the 50 SMA. And you can see it broke, and then it hit the 200 SMA. Right here it bounced, and then it gave way. And then what happened here? It bounced as resistance. It was repelled. So we now have, you know, two major cases to say that technically speaking, no matter what you think the dollar is going to do or what they're going to do to talk about it, the market is now starting to not like the US dollar as much. And again, I'm just trying to draw the correlations here technically to try and prove or bolster and give your thesis confidence, which I believe is a weaker dollar. So this is very significant here, this breakdown technically. Currently, the UUP is very much under pressure. It's under all key moving averages. It tried to bounce at the 200, lost it, tried to get through the 200, was repelled. So regardless of what happens today, we still have many days ahead of us to see what happens here. It does not look good. What is CEF? CEF gold. Oh, so it's a gold and silver trust unit. Okay, so it's a mixture. Perfect. As long as you're parking your money with the Sprott group, they're honest. You're not going to get a bad deal. Where you are going to get a bad deal is GLD, gold, and SLV. Those are the ones they all want to steer people towards. And those are the ones that at some point we may realize there's not enough short contracts to cover the amount of shorts that are out there. Naked shorting. All right, so I can spend, time discussing geopolitical stuff like that, or we can look at the product itself. Let's do this. Let's take a look at the races and see how they marry up. I actually played a race the other day. It was SMT, and let me expand on this concept a little bit because this might be interesting. So SMMT was looking like it was this day right here. So it was early. It was right where that green line is. Basically, that green line is still in there. That's where I bought SMMT. And what I'm getting at here is I was just kind of scanning through the days, going through the races, what's going on here, and I saw this SMMT daily chart. This beautiful consolidation right there at that simple moving average. And that particular morning, you can see we came down and touched it. Let's back up a little bit. There it is there. So I said, oh my gosh, I just kind of stumbled across a really perfect timing on a race, which just won a couple. And the daily chart was pretty solid. So I entered right here, right about there. And then I went ahead and just put my half of my order at $4.99. And I got at a half on day one, hoping for follow through on day two. But as it started to break back down, I had to sell the remainder. So I'm starting off this segment here because I said, normally I don't play the races, but I do click through them. And if I see a moment in time, I couldn't resist it. I mean, I just could not resist this beautiful chart. So what I'll do now is let's go through today's races and see what's in there. And before I do that, by the way, I'm going to make a suggestion to the developers, a feature request. What is that feature request? Well, as I said, I just happen to. Well, we can't just wait on luck and happenstance and looking at the right thing at the right time when we have all this data. So what I'm going to suggest as a feature, as a scan, is I want to tell the dev team, look, this is our watch list for each day. These are the winners. But there's a certain time of day, which is in the first half of the day, that one of these nice races might consolidate, or actually I should speak. I'm not speaking about the daily chart. I'm speaking about the intraday. I'm speaking about the daily. Essentially, what I want to do is take the races as they evolve. We never really know what symbols are going to evolve, but I want to know if we can take this list and create an auto watch list each day, and then that auto watch list gets dumped into scans. For instance, maybe I want to know, yeah, when it touches that. All right, let's look at that. Let's go back and look at that a little bit. There it is. So that was actually my entry. I'm sorry. I was waiting for the pullback, and I didn't even need to wait for it, because when I pulled up the daily chart, I saw that consolidation that looked like that, and I said, oh my God. Intraday, it had pulled back, touched its 10 SMA on the 15, so I purchased, and then, like I said, I sold some at 4.99, and then the next day I got out midway down here. And it occurred to me that I stumbled across this trade because of happenstance, luck, and we can't rely on luck and happenstance. So I'm going to ask if it's possible if we can take each day's races that we have and take these and make them our watch list, and then have something alert me when one of these items looks like this, comes back and touches my 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. So it becomes automated, automated, automated. But you still have to pull the trigger. It's not going to trade it for you. But I'm telling you, if we could get something like that, I would be much more interested in seeing what these things look like. Every time something pops up on the screen, I will look at it. Because again, what I'm saying is I get so distracted. I've got numerous chats and tabs and help and things open. I don't have time to just sit here and monitor these things. All right, so that's my idea. I wanted to get that get out of the way. Thank you, Diverge, Gold and Silver discussion. Yeah, we can come back to that. So let's go through here. Alvos has won 5 races today, and it would have been interesting right there. There would have been like, hey, this thing just came back and touched the 10 SMA, but as you can see, it failed. Okay, things fail. Not everything works. This market is very difficult. The Q's back on low. They can't even get a bounce. Let's look at BLI. Okay, so BLI has won a few races. Would have been nice to see it pull back right here on this 10 SMA, but it's had a pretty good run already. It might be running out of steam. APCX. Okay, this is a cool one. It would have been nice to see if this thing had come back and touched, like if it had come back and touched right there and splashed in my face as an automated alert, a price alert, if you will. I probably would have been very interested in that. So if you're somebody who is in APCX, here's how I'd be playing it right now. There's no reason to have gotten out, but now we're getting a bit extended. So we got to look left like Barry does. Okay, we've taken out these levels. We've got that level up there. That's a lot to ask. If this was me right now, I'd be taking probably a third off, because that's a pretty good green candle above the SMA. That is what we would consider extended and overbought. So a lot of times when I'm in a move and I get that move, I just can't live with myself if I don't take something off and I see it pull back to the 10 SMA. And I say, well, of course it was going to pull back to the 10 SMA. Eventually, that's what they do. I should be maximizing as these things run up to highs. So there is no better feeling than popping a limit sell order and just watching the panic, whether it's the shorts panic or the fear of missing out panic, reach up and just buy market whatever they can. And you say, thank you very much. And you know you got a good price because you're so far above the 10 SMA. But don't sell it all. Like I said, I would have sold like a third. And then you just kind of see what happens. Then once you've done that, or even a half, then once you've done that, you're like free mentally to let this thing pull back, let it consolidate, and maybe by the end of the day, it finishes even higher. So that's my mentality on some of these plays on how to play them. And I know Barry does the same thing too. He fades out and scales out as they move higher. So that was a good one. Billy, what's this? PRQR? Well, pretty close, but you can see it just barely closed below the 10 SMA and has regained it. And what we also see is this is an AI trade. Otherwise, I wouldn't have that imprint on the chart there. So yeah, this could be definitely in play. Giant gap though, up 74%. I mean, these things have a hard time holding that much gap. But hey, if you were to play it, if it dipped back below this 10 SMA and closed, I would get out. Oh, Oric. Andy played Oric this morning. I don't know how he saw it or where he saw it, but I remember he said, I'm buying Oric at 450 something. And it immediately shot up to 5. And he goes, just sold half Oric. So that's what I was just saying as well. When you get that gift horse in the mouth, don't look it in the mouth. Just take half off. You've got to pay yourself when you get these blast off moves. And not the whole thing, but half. And so here's what you could do. You could hold that half and see what it's going to do. It tried to bounce, but now it's under this 10 SMA. So, if this was me, I'd probably be thinking this needs to get going again, or I'm going to have to get out of my second half. And you made money on your first half at least. Okay, that's a tough one, but this one gives you the signal candle. I talk often about the signal candle. It's my 15-minute chart, and we wait for the close. The first candle to close red under the rising 10 SMA tells me momentum is gone. There's no reason to try and wish, hope, or conjure that there's a reason for this thing to pop back higher. These are the moments where I take my profit or what's left of them. Ideally, I took some up here, right, as it got extended. But that trailing half is either going to bounce and pay me more, or that trailing half is going to show me the signal candle, which means quietly get up and exit the theater that's on fire before anybody else realizes it. And more often than not, the remaining candles just kind of wallow and don't do anything. So momentum is lost. In my book, momentum is lost when the first candle of a 15-minute closes below the 10 SMA. And that's as simple as I make it. I've been doing that for years, and it works with especially taking profits, ideally taking profits. So Diverge, yeah, I'm not even calling my PSLV and the physical silver that I own, I'm not even calling that a trade or a position. It's end game. Because what I think is happening, one of the reasons that gold and silver is starting to move higher and the dollar is starting to break, is we now see, as we know, the petrodollar was a big deal. That was the greatest deal ever made in the 70s, I guess, with OPEC. Forced the entire world to price their energy, which everybody needs, in US dollars. So it becomes a very strong reserve currency. But now we have cracks in the system. And by cracks, I mean Saudi Arabia is open to, oh, China, you want to buy oil in yuan? We'll consider that. Russia, you want to sell oil to others in gold? Price, okay, that's interesting. So the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, they're starting to show that they're willing to walk away from this petrodollar. And where I'm going with that, I think, is the end game for gold and silver. Everybody's talking about digital currency, central bank CB digital currencies. Probably will be a reality. However, the fiat currency has been destroyed. I mean, if you've ever seen a chart of what $1 looked like in like 1913 and what it looks like now, relatively, it's thievery. They just keep printing more with no consequence. Well, the consequence is on our end. So I think the age of the fiat currency is slowly coming to exposure and therefore closure here pretty soon. Again, with the BRICS starting to negotiate payments in their currency or in gold, I think what's going to happen is there's going to be some sort of a global reboot, not a reset, but a reboot. And there's going to be a currency, and it will be a digital currency, but it is going to not be fiat based. It's going to be gold and therefore silver based. And it doesn't mean that you can take something to the bank and actually exchange it for gold. It just means that on paper, it's tied to the value of it. So I think there's going to be a major structural quantum change. I don't know the time frame. Can't even put my finger on it. Months or years. Likely not months, likely years. But there's really only one thing that could gain people's trust at that point of the currency being used, and that is that it's backed by something, and that something is going to be gold and silver by proxy. So going forward, both people are right. The gold and silver bugs are going to be right, and probably some of the crypto and digital currency people are going to be right. I'm also um, invested in only one digital token. It's XRP. It's Ripple. And that actually fits into the whole paradigm that if I think is happening. If you're going to exchange digital currency out of one country and deposit it into another country via digital currency, that's completely different from what we have right now. Right now we have the SWIFT system, which is like a wire, tons of paperwork. It's a wire, has to go through a central SWIFT system, and then it comes out the other end with a perfect currency conversion. But it takes like a day or two, or maybe even longer. It's very slow and very cumbersome. But as we go to a digital currency, you could probably convert a currency payment in minutes. And a lot of people that I listen to and talk to think that XRP, i.e., Ripple, is going to be that conduit, that grease. So currency A goes into Ripple, comes out of Ripple into currency B. So that there's only one digital asset that I have, and that is XRP for those that are interested. All right. We're getting way off topic today, but some people seem to think it's interesting, especially Diverge. What's up, Mike C? Christmas shopping is a non-issue because 1, I've got my wife, and 2, I've got Amazon Prime, and 3, I've got Omaha Steaks. So I don't go out into the crowds. Yes, best to everyone for this holiday. Unfortunately, the market is not giving us what we want. Oh, yeah, nice, Patrick. You and I are on the same page, not only in the same city, but we're on the same page. Nice. Sad. I've got a buddy here who was just buying everything, Litecoin and this and that and that and this. And I told him about XRP, and he said, "Nope, no way. That just feeds right into the hands of the central banks." I said, "Well, no, it really doesn't." But he is so bummed right now. He's so depressed. All right. So yeah, best of the holidays forever for everybody. The market itself, again, we've looked at it over and over. I keep using the Qs because they're the weakest. When everybody wants something to happen, the Santa Claus rally, the market has a funny way of disappointing most of the people most of the time. So the only thing that the bulls really had to hang their hats on coming into this was seasonally, the market tends to drift higher. But this particular season, we're in a bear market. We're not in a sideways or a bull market. And that's when the Santa Claus rallies typically occur. So this is very frustrating for a lot of people I know. Again, happy holidays to everybody, safe travels, but try not to look at your 401k if you're not hedged or if this stuff, if you can't get out of it. Thankfully, Trade Ideas got us into our own self-directed 401ks, which is cool because I love having control of my own account. I can buy what I want and how much of it. But the problem is I can't short, and I can't even buy like a triple ETF, even if it's a bullish triple ETF. I can't buy those leverage stuff. So there's a lot of rules that come with trading a self-directed 401k account. Patrick, I've got this. Just one of those things I procrastinate on. I don't know why, but hopefully this weekend I can get motivated to do it. I bought a Ledger hard wallet, so after seeing all this shit going on with the FTX, and I need to get those XRPs into the hard wallet that I bought. Extra peace of mind. What's Barry talking about? PRQR. Okay, yeah, it's that AI trade. It's moving back higher. 74% wasn't good enough. Now it's up almost 79%. I'm sure Barry's licking his chops at these prior highs back here. Good one for the AI. Let's see how that one's doing over there. PRQR. Oh, problem was it shorted Billy. And it got stopped. Just barely stopped out. Now, this is a good point here. Just because the AI shorted BILI or BLI and got stopped out for a penny wick, let's take a look at what I've been talking about here. Maybe, just maybe, this 10 SMA comes up and you start to get a closing candle below that. Well, then you could literally turn around and consider that a possible short. Maybe short the momentum or the death of the momentum into the close, I should say. That's a possibility. It's not really what I like to do. It's up on the day and probably up for a reason, but funny that the AI tried to short it for whatever reason. Probably looked at this candle back here and it saw resistance, and the AI jumped in front of that resistance and said, let's take a shot. Problem, however, was the stop was just too tight. A 10-cent stop on something like that is just too tight. But the point is I'm telling you, the AI put this action, put this stock, the name with volume today, something's happening over there. It put it on your radar, and you can trade around it, trade off it, go opposite, or maybe jump in and go short if it breaks this moving average, and just consider that the AI got stopped out too soon. But yeah, PRQR getting close to highs there. So prior high was 311, just hit 3. So you could come, if you're a momentum trader, but you want to wait, you could come in here and maybe put it at 310, a penny away from new highs. But these are strong patterns. When something gaps up like that and then tries to fill the gap and then gets picked up by the 10 SMA, I call that a horseshoe pattern. Even though it's up 80% now, that's still a very strong pattern. I don't see a big short float. Barry?
Look left.
Yeah, okay, let's look left.
On the weekly.
Yeah, you're going to need the weekly for that one. Oh, wow. Yeah, so definitely room for a new drive to highs if it does take that out. Are you licking your chops on this one?
I am. I've been waiting for that 3 break again. I've been telling the rooms,
There's
keep an
3.
eye on that 3 break again,
There's
and
3 break.
looks like it's trying to do it. But as I always say, just because it breaks 3 doesn't mean I'm going to hop into it. But I certainly want to know about it. Took out the VWAP a little earlier too. The VWAP was 276, so it was hanging right around that. So yeah, but it's a matter of looking left. By the way, Steve, if you want to take off, you can. If you're fading, you know, you're more than welcome to stay to one. But if you feel like you're fading, I
Huh.
can take over.
I can go, another 10 minutes, I suppose,
All
if you
right.
got something you want to do for 10 minutes.
Nope, I've done my workout, and so but we can chat even. I'll just listen to you and want to pop in. But I heard you talking about your Magic 10 SMA.
Yeah, yeah, the Magic 10 SMA. It works. Remember that day when I bought Summit? Um,
Mm-hmm.
I was telling SMM, isn't it?
SMMT.
SMMT. I thought I had that typed in there. Oh, because I'm on the weekly. Duh. I hate when I do that. So yeah, scrolling back to here, I was just telling the guys, and the girls, I'm not checking the races all day long. It's not my style, but I just happened to pop in and click my top 10 list here, and I saw Summit, and it was looking like this on the daily. I mean, this kind of stuff on the daily. Oh boy, something
Hmm.
happened back here, and it looks like the consolidation wants to do something. So I saw that daily, and I saw that it was starting to break out, and I just happened to pull up SMMT at that point. I didn't even think twice. I go, I'm gonna day trade this, and so it was one of the few instances that I did use the race for a trade. And then
Hmm.
I threw out. I looked at the $5 number, and what I like to do is say, well, if you want $5, you got to go through me at 4.99. So I sold half at 4.99 there, and then the next day I just got out as best I could out of the remaining half. So
Right. Yeah, no, well, you're a whole number guy like me then too. I mean, I just look at those whole numbers. There's no real reason. I mean, 4.99 to $5, it's a penny. But as you know, it's such a psychological, like you first, okay, you first take the trade at 5 and 501. And it seems to work well for me. I mean, eventually, some obviously the whole number doesn't matter, but first, like look at the PRQR. I mean, the PRQR got through three earlier briefly, then it came right back down, and now it's just sitting over three. I think if it can hold three and get to say 305, 306 on the
yeah,
bid ask, I'm probably going to take it. I
yeah.
just want to see how well it holds that whole number.
Yeah, because that, going way back to the late 90s when Andy and I were trading on level two, I would look and I would see, look at all these sellers lining up at $50. And then,
Hmm.
why are they all selling at 50? That's weird. And then they would, boom, they'd all get taken out and they would go through and then it would collapse. So
Yeah.
that dynamic is there. It is built into market price action for sure. It always has been.
Well, think about it. If you bought a stock, let's just say you bought a stock at, I don't know, we'll say $10, okay? And it starts moving down. Most people probably don't, well, I'm going to sell at 902 or 903. They're always thinking, oh, I'm going to sell at nine. I mean, I'm not talking about stops or anything like that. The average person doesn't really think about stops, I don't think. But they look at that and they go, okay, I guess if it hits nine, I'm out. They don't say if it hits 903, I'm out, or
Yeah,
897, I'm out. It's
yeah,
always around a whole number, typically for the average person. And I don't
yeah.
think that really has changed.
What I try to do now for my stops and whatnot, like for instance, we'll just use this PRQR. I see these two pretty solid wicks down here at 260. So
Hmm.
it's obvious, and here's my point. Yes, it's obvious. Everybody sees that. And what I notice algorithms like to do is they like to go down and just test it and see what happens. So I don't put my stops a penny below there. I might put even a price alert and just watch the price, but I feel like when I do that, I'm just like setting my stops along with the herd and just waiting to
Right.
be taken out by those algorithms. So the obvious levels seem to always be tested by
Hmm.
stop hunting.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing. When yeah, you're right. I put a price alert doesn't mean if it hits the price alert, boom, I'm in. It's just that, but I want to know about that level and
Hmm.
then check to see what's happening.
That's exactly how I use price alerts too. Yeah, and also certain key moving averages. I'll do that as well. I'll just watch and see how the price reacts around that level of interest.
Hmm.
Uh, Ledger
Here's an
Nano.
interesting one. This PHVS. PHVS. Let's see. Not that much volume. Had the big pop a few days ago. I'm not sure why oh, it is showing up on my race. I guess that's why I'm seeing it. The interesting thing about the races too, for my large cap gainers from the open, especially on a day like today, I mean, you can find those counter trend plays because my filter, it has to be up at least 2%. So you're not going to find too many, especially even the large caps, you're not going to find too many stocks up 2% today when the market's down
True.
600,
Yeah.
So this is sort of like a counter trend play, just to check, okay, well, why is that happening?
Yep.
By the way, I know you don't care about the news and all, but the BLI and the
Oh,
ISO are
yeah.
connected.
Okay.
BLI is going to be buying
Okay.
ISO, so you can see the two pop. What did you think this morning about APE and AMC? Was it a little
I
wild?
don't. I don't know what to think anymore about it. It's
Yeah.
uncharted territory. I told them earlier I want to see resolution with this thing, and if there is naked shorting going on in there, please expose it. If
Hmm.
not, then I just like to see this thing go away because it's a distraction for many. But um, I see
But
no
I'm just
ways we're
talking
going to
about
hit here.
today's action.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
what you're talking about, the long-term, whatever conspiracy theory that there's, gazillion naked shorts out there that
yeah,
eventually are going to have to cover, and
yeah.
both those stocks are going to 10 million. But we're just talking about today, with this APE and AMC action and AMC buying APE and
I,
then
I,
doing a
I,
reverse split, and I
I
just.
basically stay away from this stuff because, as I said, it's uncharted territory for me. So I don't know.
Mhm.
I just don't know. Yeah, there goes my silver stocks. Dollars
You're
moving
still in your
higher.
silver stocks?
Well, I have some in my 401k rather than in cash. So I've
Mhm.
got some cash and some PSLV. We talked about that.
By the way, how much can you get in what we call in Canada? I'm sure it's the same sort of thing, a GIC, a guaranteed investment certificate, in your, or maybe you call it something else. What percent can you guys get? Any idea?
I really don't. What is it compared to over here? Is it a
Okay, we call it a GIC, a guaranteed investment certificate. So you're guaranteed. So for instance, right now, because interest rates have, gone up, we can get 5%. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's better than the 0.5% that, just sticking your money in an account that you could get before when interest rates were
I guess we
basically
call those
zero.
CDs, certificates of deposit.
Okay. And
Right.
so you tie it up for a certain length of time, and the
Yes,
longer you
six
tie it
month,
up,
12-month, 2 year, 5 year.
okay.
Right.
And it's guaranteed though. I mean,
Guaranteed.
is
Yep.
it
Certificates of
guaranteed? Okay.
deposit are guaranteed.
Okay.
Yep. By
What can you guys get? Do you
FDIC.
know?
I think it's in the high threes, maybe around 4% right now. Patrick might know.
Okay,
He
because
seems to.
we're
Yeah,
up to
four.
5% right now
Okay, four
on
and a half.
270 days.
4.5 for a 12 months, what Patrick says.
Okay.
And by the way, yeah, Patrick, I got that Ledger Nano as well. I'm so intimidated by the 26-word password. I gotta figure out how to do this thing. I've been
What were you
procrastinating.
talking about? What were you talking about? A wallet. Your
Yeah,
a debt.
so
What?
yeah, so right now there's only one crypto token that I have. It's called XRP, but it's sitting on a wallet. I mean, it's sitting on in a wallet online with a company called Uphold, and it's just a much more secure step. It's like I'm still reliant upon Uphold giving me, cashing out. And so what I can do is I can take those digital tokens, that digital string, and take it off of the Uphold website or ledger and put it onto my own handheld device. So it's like a $150 device, and it syncs up with your wallet online, and you have to go through all these gates and passwords and security levels. And basically, so if I do it correctly, the amount of XRP tokens that I have will be resting with a code in my hand on a piece of hardware, and I log back into my website, and that the XRP is no longer there. So they're kind of like
Oh.
holding it for me. It's like a holding, but all the stuff I'm seeing in the news right now is scaring the hell out of me. So I just want to make sure that I have it to where I can plug it in anywhere and use it,
Hmm.
for lack of a
You
better
know, I
explanation.
I have never bought anything crypto. Well, other than maybe a Mara or a Riot, in terms of a stock, but I've never bought anything crypto in all these years. Never dabbled into it. I freely admit I can read about blockchain. I can read about it all. And it still baffles me. It really does. I can read about it, and I don't think I'm a dumb person, but I can keep trying to understand. And eventually I can say, you know what? It's just not for me.
I didn't really understand it either, but I kind of felt like I needed to understand it. So I opened up a couple wallets and just did a few things. Seeing Michael talk about it and Jamie, Jamie and Dan literally mined Bitcoin back in
Hmm.
2010, 11,
I
and
know.
12. It's pretty crazy. And so they've got a zero cost basis, of course, minus all the energy and electrical computers they use to mine that stuff.
Right.
But yeah, it's interesting, and I wanted to know about it more and more. And I don't trust central banks. I don't trust fiat currency, so I wanted to see what it was all about. But the more I looked into it, the more I researched, the more I heard people talking about this XRP, which would take away from the SWIFT system when you're sending money overseas from currency to another currency.
Hmm.
Not your keys, not your crypto. Yeah. Let's see here.
I don't know if you can hear me munching away, but my wife just made me a beautiful crepe.
Oh, lovely.
Hmm.
Was your wife happy that Argentina won?
Absolutely.
That's a stupid question.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we were in Argentina in October, and so we got, for me anyway, firsthand. I mean, I knew Argentina was a soccer mad and all that, but I mean, I got firsthand witnesses of it. Seeing pictures of big Maradona still, all over the city, and of course Messi caricatures all over the city, and that's all the time. That not just because it was a lead up to the World Cup. So
Yeah,
yeah, I can imagine that they just went absolutely crazy
that's a
there.
big sense of national pride for them. They've been through some stuff, and when this kind of
Yep.
stuff happens, they get really
Yep.
excited. I heard some
Well,
people cleaned out their bank account to fly over there
yeah,
just to watch the
I know.
game.
Well, Steve, sports is the great equalizer. It doesn't matter what political party you follow, doesn't matter what religion you are, doesn't matter a lot what gender you are, doesn't matter. A sports team can unite. I mean, as
Hmm.
crazy as it for a little while anyway. You kind of forget all your differences, and then that's what I think is kind of cool about sports.
Yep, I totally agree. Oh, this poor market! I just keep seeing things hitting lows.
Well, we had now you keep saying the Santa, but remember, officially the Santa Claus rally, if there's going to be one, is going to be between December 23rd and January 4th. So, if there is one, the last 5 days of this year trading and the first two of January, if there is going to be one. So maybe yesterday, I'm sure a lot of people thought, it started early, but man, it was basically giving it all back and more.
Guess we'll find out.
Hmm.
I have no interest in trying to pick bottoms and things like Tesla right now as a swing trader. I'm just a lot of cash, a lot of PSLV, and a few other things, and that's it.
Yeah, Tesla. I mean, oh, wow. I mean, I wonder how much of that. I mean, I don't think Tesla would have been doing that great anyway, but what percentage of it is because of Twitter, and all. I wonder what percentage. I mean, I keep seeing, hearing, it's all anecdotal, of course, but I was going to buy a Tesla, but I'm not going to buy one now because of Elon. Okay, and I mean, sure, there might be people out there say I wasn't going to buy one, but now I am going to. But
I think
I just
there's
wonder.
merit to that. There's some shenanigans, not shenanigans, but there's something going on there. People are upset, and I think it's not
Hmm.
helping the bid.
Yeah.
All right, Barry.
You want to take over? I mean, you want me to take over?
Yeah, I'm going to take a quick break before the dev
Okay.
meeting. I don't know if you heard me talking about my idea. I'm going to suggest, like going back to that summit trade, how it pulled back, and I just so happened to click on the race just at that time. It would be nice if we could take each day's top 10 list, and that becomes an auto symbol list, and then those types of auto symbol lists can be dropped into a scan. So in other words, I want to know when one of these top teners touches my 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. If I can get a splash or an alert, that would be pretty interesting.
Maybe you mean for the next day.
No, in real time. Like I remember going back to that MT trade. I told you it pulled back, and you know how I like to buy on those pullbacks in the
Right.
10 SMA. I'm a pullback buyer. So for me, I would like to know when any name on this top 10 list is touching that 10 SMA,
Oh,
whether it's a
you mean
pullback.
today? I
Yes,
thought you meant like
today.
take the top 10
Yeah.
and put it into a symbol list and watch it tomorrow. Oh, I see.
No,
So
no, no.
you,
And it should be automated. It should be all automated. Take the top 10 races, drop it in my touching the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart type scan, and then I don't
mhm.
have to keep clicking through and keeping an eye on these things or setting price alerts or chasing my tail, because I just found that was such good fortune that I saw that SMMT the moment that I did, and it made me think, boy, it sure would be nice if I could be prompted to look at that.
So you just want it more automated as opposed to maybe creating a symbol list with those during the day, or maybe even harding them. And so if you get something in your list, in your top 10 list, hard it and goes into that SMA scan that you've got,
I guess we
and
could
do that
call it
every
like a
day.
I guess we could call it like a race alert. I don't want to be
Mm-hmm.
typing any symbols in. They should be able to take the race alerts from the symbols
Mm-hmm.
that I have for this race, but then tell me at what point did ALVO, like an hour and a half after the open, boom, ALVO just touched your 10 SMA on the 15. I will look at that every single day and consider that trade. My problem is I just can't sit and monitor all them all day and keep adjusting price alerts and then take a chat and be in a meeting. But if I get a
Right.
nice prompt to pop up and say, hey, one of these stocks in play just touched your 10 SMA, do you want to buy? If it's early enough in the morning, I would probably consider those. So I'm going to bring that up,
Okay.
see if it's possible.
I'm sure it's possible, but yeah, I'm sure anything is possible.
We'll
But
see.
we'll probably have to wait for AWS or something like that for that to happen. But because in order to automatically take those symbols from the race,
Yeah,
automatically, every time a
yeah.
symbol shows up, automatically put it into that scan. I
We
don't
can't
know.
do that yet. I don't think we can do that
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, no, no.
All right, Barry. Thanks for the early break, and I'll
Yeah, no
see you
problem.
later.
Yeah, we'll have obviously a great. Is there a marketing meeting today, or do you know?
I
I
think
mean, I
there
know
is.
Dan's
It'll
away,
be
and
it'll be quick probably.
okay, okay, okay. Well, if we don't talk, have a great holiday, and we'll see you next week.
See you later. Bye.
Okay, bye bye. Okay, guys, I am now. Okay, guys, I'm back in all of the rooms. Got Steve off a little early, and let me just get my music going. Now you see how PRQR teased us. See how it got through three a couple of times, but not by much. And I was talking to Steve. I said, if we get a bid ask of about 305, 306, I'll get a lot more interested. But, just because we get a price or I get a price alert doesn't mean that I just hop into the trade. All the price alert is well, it's doing exactly that. It's just giving me an alert. And now I can see what's happening. Mozart? Not on my end. By the way, Pepe, thank you for that. It was very simple to add the timestamp. Very simple. Just with those three dots. You're right. Guys, here's is X Kerr moving again. Again, the issue is maybe yesterday's high though, 158, not that far away. My thoughts are that you've got to be awfully careful because of that float. Okay, probably the lowest float I've seen, 287,000 in the float. So I mean, yeah, they did have some news this morning, but some kind of a patent, right? So that's what popped the stock. But my thoughts. The first of all, we're at 881. There's the VWAP, 933. I mean, I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't even attempt to take it unless it broke through the VWAP. Maybe it would have to even break up here. Then it would be highly, highly, highly speculative. But because of that float, 287,000 shares in a float, I mean, that's why this can happen. It can pop up just like that and drop just like that. And you're always going to have to deal right now 872, 885 on the bid ask, so you're going to have to deal with the spread. All right, guys, let's see. Yeah, so the PRQR is definitely a disappointment. Definitely a disappointment because I thought when it took out three right there, but you can see what happened. It just didn't hold it. And actually never took out the high of the day. Yeah, no, I was I don't know, shocked about yeah, getting 5%. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can send me all you want. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much right now. The Alvo is just too spready. I mean, this one maybe. I mean, it's breaking down through two now. ELVL. Let's take a look left. If you're desperate for a potential trade, take a look left. What is the next low on the weekly? Yeah, I mean 158. It's got some room on that weekly. On a percentage basis, going from 2 to 158 or so, that would certainly be good. I'm not saying it would ever get there today or ever, but at least there is that. Just don't know how dynamic it will be after it's already down 27%. Cheap stock. Don't see any specific news on it, but it's been in a multi-week downtrend, like a lot of stocks, of course. I know the one I was watching just before I went on my break was the Verona. I think this is still worth watching, guys. If it takes out that high right there, which is just over 22, I believe. Yeah, just over 22. You can kind of see what's happening. I mean, it's basing. It's had a few little bottoming tails. So the sellers have been trying to knock it down a bit. It's still negative for the day, but remember, this had a tremendous 2-day run, and it did have legitimate news. So, I'm just putting an alert at 20, just over 22, and see if it takes it out at some point. And maybe it gets running again. It did hit in the pre-market, did get up to 24.50. So there is that. Zach Scanner is just, going crazy on the potential bounces, but I mean, how it's really difficult to commit to a bounce. Now, this one is interesting. Nog, not as a bounce though, just a continuation down because look what it's doing. NOG is breaking down below the 200-day, which is at $30, 29.99 to be exact, but it is breaking down below it. The next low looking left is 29.15 or so. So there is a little bit of room. Well, now it just tacked on another 10 cents as I'm talking on the way down. So you too, Dak. If you're so, let's see, you made that post at 12:33. You're probably long gone now. Just not seeing too much happening, guys. I remember I was toying with the idea of shorting this one. MLKN, yes. Shoot, is it too late? I don't know. I mean, there's the VWAP, and it's breaking down below the VWAP. I mean, it had a great run on earnings. Yeah, it's just not that dynamic right now. I mean, I'm watching how it's trading, the MLKN. You know what? If it gets back up to the VWAP and gets rejected again, I may take that short. So the VWAP is at night. Actually, okay, the VWAP is at 1942. On our chart, I've got it at a little higher. So the VWAP is actually 1942, I guess. You can just see that there are hardly any moves in this large cap for Alvo to have won 15 races today, because even if it just spikes up 2%, like 0.2% or something, and nothing else is doing that, it's going to win a race. Here's like 0.73%. Nothing else is really moving in the large caps. So because you could wonder, well, how in the world could Alvo win 15 races and is not, it's not soaring higher? Well, remember, winning a race doesn't mean it's made a new high for the day. It just means that from wherever it is, it moved the most. But again, these percentages are so small right now. Meanwhile, BLI, to me, this has been an amazing little story. Buying ISO, or at least putting up a bid. I don't know how. So I wonder, is this a done deal? So it's an all stock transaction valued. So it's all stock. So it's not cash. So it's all dependent on the share prices. But um, it is buying. Let me just see. Yeah, it looks like it's a done deal. I mean, it's not a hostile takeover or anything like that. I can't see any government body getting in the way of this. And as somebody, I think Casa or Cam pointed out, This will be trading under a new name, Phenom, Phenom X, probably a new symbol and all. But you see, it says the transaction is expected to close in the first quarter of 2023. So I mean, there's always, just because that's what they say, there's always something that could happen. And I think William worked out, without debt anyway, that at that time anyway is worth about $1.44 a share. Now I know the AI wanted a short Bly. I probably would have too, BLI. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. GME 18. Wow. Let me go back on that monthly chart because you're going to see that we are. So on an equivalent basis, because remember they did a 1-for-4 reverse split or forward split. So on an equivalent basis, this 1850, 1851, this is where this is the price from when it started. We'll call it $5, okay? So if this ever got that back down to $5, that's basically where all this stuff happened for GME. So it's this is just getting destroyed. Okay, so unfortunately, if you wanted to go long on Verona, waiting for that VWAP, it actually broke down through the VWAP again. So it was a nice little bounce, and then that base, and just couldn't hold the base. Maybe the market is just getting to it also. I mean, a lot of times these kind of trade, they don't care what the market's doing, but eventually, I mean, now we're down 700. Eventually, everything gets affected. Unless your name is Bly, BLI. Wow. Well, where could it keep going to, guys? I mean, the next high is around 316 or so. But this is definitely your alpha, well, one of them, but this is definitely the alpha stock of the day as far as I can see. Look at this move. Look what the market did. Look at this move. Didn't care at all what the market was doing. Yeah, ISO is lifting also, so I'm wondering if this deal, it's an all stock transaction. So maybe the higher BLI goes, the higher ISO goes. And you can see my compare count here. There's the ISO, there's the BLI, the only two green ones. And this is I'm sharing. This is where really I'm looking for short ideas in this one. Anything in red is a potential short idea. And I'm sharing it. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. I am sharing that. Just a different way of looking at the data as we present it. And you take two strategies and kind of they compete against each other. So you've got say basically the same filters. Okay, you could well, let me show you what I'm talking about. So here is this one, okay? So the competing strategy would just be the reverse. So set a new high would be new low, new pre-market low, new pre-market or post-market low. Anything that can be flipped will be flipped. By flip, I mean here the stock is up 2%, so you can flip that to down 2%. You can't flip number of shares and anything else. So you basically take the same filters, flip whatever you can, in this case, the 2% down instead of up, and then flip, of course, the actual alerts. And you just compete. They just compete against each other. See how they're here I've got this here. See how these are flipped? These are new lows and down 2% from the close. And so you just look at this and I have some other filters in place, they got their volume has to be greater than the 300,000 in both. And then you get just a ticker. So every time a stock makes a new high or a new low, green obviously a new intraday high, red is a new intraday low. So X curve, yeah, you can just see what's happening with X curve. So it's just a different way of presenting the data. Obviously, you could have two alert windows running and get the same information, but this is again just a different way of presenting the data. As of course is the races, just a different way of presenting the data. Even on my 10-day daily breakout, we had to wait till 103. Price was 292 before we would see it. And you might say, well, why? Well, one of the filters I have in here, it has to be at least 40 cents from the open or something. That would have been okay. The relative volume would have been okay. Some other filter might have been blocking it. I know what it was. There you go. There's your 10-day. Right at 292, you see? So this is a 10-day daily breakout. So it didn't until it took that high out that day, which is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days ago, wouldn't get the alert. So if you look back over 10 days, that was the high. So it had to take that high out at 292 before it would see it. Still not terrible, from 292 to 313 and who knows where. I mean, it's still pretty good. Let's see what APCX did. That's another kind of a late alert. Normally, we get these alerts relatively early in the day. Certainly within the first hour if you're going to see them. So I mean, this one actually was, for a while was awesome. 216, and then the next candle after that got up to 277 before a huge pullback. But if you took this one around that 216 mark, you would have watched this thing just soar higher, and then you would have hopefully taken some profit. Yeah, PRQR, take a look. I mean, not bad. I haven't talked too much about the histogram because I mean the market's been just so bad that even though you get these bullish in theory right now we've got bullish candlestick patterns. The ratio to bearish is great, but can you trust anything in this market right now? So I mean, it looks okay, and here it is on the 5. You can see it's increasing here, but you know, it's an indicator. It's not infallible. So, in a different market, no, it's if a market that wasn't just continuing to move down, even it just sort of stayed, for a while, I might have a little more faith in what these histograms are trying to show me, but I wouldn't be taking this unless it took out 3 again. And it might. I mean, it's not that far below. It might. We see double digits for Tesla. Can you imagine? Now, granted, that's, they did a forward split. My goodness, look at now. Here's the histogram for BLI. You can see it's just really right at the top here on the 15s and increasing. See, if I had a little more faith in, I mean, the what I was seeing, you can see that it was basing. It wasn't doing too much. All these bars are basically not doing too much, and that's kind of what was happening. And then the minute that bar increased, that would correspond to that bar right there. So they're increased, but then the next one. So might say to yourself, well, maybe something's afoot, something is maybe going to happen, and that little increase. And again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is a histogram that is not available to you guys yet. And it's just it's a kind of a neat proprietary indicator that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together, and it basically compares bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish. So when you see like you see the bar increasing, that means that there are more on a ratio basis, bullish versus bearish, increasing on a ratio basis. But like any other indicator, it's not infallible. And of course, it all depends on the time frame you're looking at too. Look at ISO on a 5 minute. Look how that bar just increased. Look how they increase. It's been increasing and increasing, and boom. That's why I have the 5 minute up just as a check on that histogram. That's the only reason I have it up. Because I think I'll do my video now. Okay, I think there's a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. I'm sure it's going to be pretty brief. I don't think there are very many people, or not sure where everybody is, but I'm going to do a marketing meeting is at 2. So I think I'll do my video right now. What time is it right now? 1:18. So Should not be longer than 1:30, but just in case run into technical deals, issues. Okay, so there we are. So I'll put myself on mute now. Yeah, you can't, Martin. It's not available yet. Okay, that's so you can't add it. All right, guys, I'm back. And the market just continues down. Boy, look at this MP. I know probably showed this to you $2 ago, when it was moving down like this, because I remember saying other metal ore mining, and this is just continuing to move down. It's basically following the market. All right, keep an eye on Verona again, guys. It is now above the VWAP again. It's above the VWAP. It pulled back. I still think, it has a shot if it gets over 22, because it is got all this good news for the last couple of days. Well, there was a day and had a great follow through yesterday on that news the day before. So I would be definitely interested if this takes out 22 again, takes out that whole number, maybe has a bit of a run. It did get up to what did I say before, about 24.50 in the pre-market. So certainly would have some room if we look at the pre-market highs. Not saying it's going to do it, of course. RNA, look at RNA, sure. RNA from our YouTube room, RNA. Yeah, I mean, it's had a great few days. Great few days. It's choppy to trade today, but I mean, it depends what you're looking for. Very, probably disappointing if you're an intraday trader for this one because look at all the topping tails. So I remember what that means. At one point, the stock was up here on this day, right up here. Sellers knocked it down here. The same thing the next day. Sellers knocked it down the next day. Sellers knocked it down a little bit here. Yesterday the sellers knocked it down. But certainly the trend is up. So it's, I wouldn't say this is a swing trade now because it's kind of extended, but definitely interesting. Boy, look at GoGo. This is an interesting break here on that whole number, 14. Market keeps going down like this. Um, let's take a look left. Yeah, it looks like there's a little low right there. No, yeah, 1373. So if it took out 1373, then you got 1358. Too bad this wasn't the straight shot down to 1268 on the low without any interference. It may not respect these little lows, of course, but it's just preventing me from taking this short, you know, just playing the market right now. The market's going to continue to move down. It's going to keep dragging these, like so many stocks down with it, of course. Like MP, look at this. I mean, MP just continues to move down. This MLKN, the earnings play, is again just a little bit above the VWAP now. Hard to believe though, you're going to get too many people interested in buying this with the market doing what it's doing. Even though it's an earnings play, it had a great run early, pull back right to that basically in that the VWAP area. So it looks like Bly finally got stopped by a high, a daily high, 316 over here on the 5th December, and that's what it got to today. Actually, I'm wrong. 330 it got to. Wow. So it was that high the day before that. That seems to have stalled it a bit. Oh, I appreciate that, Thomas. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this Alvo, the spread really never caught up. I mean, it's 990, 1005. I was very interested in this one, but spread really never caught up to it. And would have to have a lot more volume, I guess, for that to happen, like several million shares. It's 21 times normal volume, which just shows you that this doesn't trade very much. You know, 726,000 shares represents almost 22 times normal volume up to this point of the day. It just doesn't trade very much. I kept holding out though that that bid would catch up to the ask at some point. It just really didn't do it. But I mean, it's still trading on its own. It's still up 21%. Look at the market, the way it's doing. So it's not really following the market. It's just a light trader. Interesting to see what happens, say tomorrow. See if it has any sort of a follow through after it finally broke out of all of this. And I'm talking about the ALVO. Always have to remind myself to call out the symbol because not everybody can see my screen. So even though I'm kind of liking the VRNA on a 22 break, it's just hard to commit to going long anything. Especially this market. I mean, the market doesn't have to go higher; it just has to stop going lower. This relentless selling. William, have you tried any one of Zach's bounces? If you're still in the room, yeah, I would not. I would not have. I would not have thought so. I wouldn't have thought so. In fact, there'd probably be, just great short opportunities. Well, in today's market, I do. Today, I have a commitment problem for sure. Look at ARC. You're mentioning Kathy. And I know her mantra is, you people are dumping all over me. You're looking at the short term. I'm looking at the long term, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I know what she's trying to accomplish, but you're talking about investing in disruptive industries. But at some point, at some point, if you don't have a stop, I mean, I don't care who you are, but if you don't have a stop in place, let's take a look at that monthly chart for it. I mean, at the peak, this was so that was basically a month after the pandemic, a year after the pandemic. In February of 2021, that month it hit the peak when all those the Zooms and all those sort of things. I guess you could probably take a look at Zoom and it probably looks very much like in fact, let's take a look at it. No, not quite. I would have thought that it's a little earlier at peak. But I mean, other than that, after that though, so it's all well and good to say, well, hold on, because these are we're investing in disruptive industries, but at some point, when do you admit that you're wrong? And I get it. I know people are going to say, well, this is you're investing in, and it could take years. Okay. Well, if you can, I guess if you can tuck a little bit away and you don't care about, well, it depends where you got it. But if you bought up here at 160 and it's sitting at 30 now, it's tough to, because you're right. It's got to get back all the way back up here. If you bought over 100, man, it's got a long ways to go. And this is not to dump on her or anything like that, but that's just the reality. It's like the GME holders. I mean, holding out that there's going to be this giant short squeeze that's happening with all the gazillion shares, short shares that have not been accounted for. Hey, listen, it may happen. It may happen, but I would not have wanted to been holding this one at 122 and riding it all the way down to 19, which I know a lot of people have done because they keep getting, they go on to these the Twitter or some of these sites that just keep saying, "Don't give up." I mean, I'd love to take this Milken. I think it looks really interesting here, MLKN. I'd love to take it because it's now it's starting to hold the VWAP. Strong earnings play, one of the very few earnings plays, number one, never mind strong one. Add the pullback, and now it looks like it wants to run again. The histogram is sort of insinuating that well, it's not insinuating. I mean, they're definitely more bullish candlestick patterns than bearish. Just hard to commit. There is a bottoming tail on the SPY. Yeah, I sort of remember when they went public. For 4 months, this, I mean, it kind of was holding. This is this MLKN office furniture. So for 4 months, it wasn't that bad. It's probably going to run without me. I'm just not going to take it. But and I may be moving just because the market is putting a little bit of a bottoming tail here. Maybe I'm actually going to stick a price alert at 376 for the SPY just to see if it can get above that level at some point. But let's take a look at a big SPY chart because so we already had the big downturn in the market in the pre-market. Look how many we've only had one, two, three, and maybe this one four green candles. But look how narrow the bodies are. I mean, these are not pops at all. They're just sort of, oh well, I guess we'll just stay here for a bit and then resume our downward trend. I mean, there are no pops at all today in the market. Zero. There it goes, guys. I mean, here it does go. So don't let me dissuade you if you think this is, meets your trading plan at all. But look what I mean, it's kind of following what the market's doing, even though before, of course, it wasn't. It was all trading completely on its own as an earnings play, and then eventually kind of succumbed to profit taking. All right, guys. So let's take a look at APE and AMC. See what they're doing. Well, the best you can say about them right now is that AMC is just above the VWAP, 445, and I think APE is doing the same thing. Oh, actually, APE is underneath the VWAP, barely. Yeah, Verona is getting again close to that 22. If the market ever put in a couple of green candles in a row, I mean, this could, even though this doesn't, in theory, really track what the market's doing, but if this can get above 22 and the market starts, put in maybe two, even just two green candles, this could have a bit of a lift for the VRNA over 22. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. PRQR again doing its thing. All right, but I am not going to touch this unless it gets probably at least a bid of 305, ask a 306 at least. Just get clear of this three. May not happen though, but it's, at least it's just holding under three, PRQR. Okay, so we did have a green candle on the SPY with a big bottoming tail. So the sellers were in complete control there. The buyers at least close it here, but the tell will be the next candle. I mean, if this is going to be red and wipes this out, doesn't really matter. Some of you are watching Alt, know that, ALT, and of note, there's the VWAP at 1471, so you can kind of see what happened. Some bottoming tails. One of them actually hit the VWAP, touched it. So, argument to be made, I think, if it took a 1508, 1508, you can see the high of that candle. Well, 1, 2, 3 candles, just over the whole number. And it did get up to 1544. So, I mean, there's an argument to be made that taking out 1508 could get it running again. And I'm talking about the ALT. You'd sure like to get the market a little bit on your side, even though this, in theory, doesn't care what the market's doing to a certain extent. All right, guys. Well, in about 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes, I'll be in a marketing meeting. This EJH is starting to show up. Again, it's a stock under $1. Some of you may be interested. At a nice, wow, 35 cents to $1 in 2 days plus today. I know some of you are interested in these sort of stocks. William taking AVDX from Zach Scan. Okay. I got the first alert was at 862, then at 846. Okay, well, let's see. That's a big candle, isn't it? Well, I mean, I guess if you're going to take it's, to me, it's a very short scalp. I mean, I'm looking like a quick scalp or something. I'm just looking at this market again, forming that red bar. Next low is around 8. But good luck. Yeah, I mean, this is still bullish, guys. Bly is still bullish. I mean, look at the bottoming tails. Previous two 15-minute candle, a little bit of a topping tail there, but not a huge one. So again, it's still bullish. Sellers tried, knocked it down to 3. Buyers kept closing it higher, but it got right to that high here on November the 16th. So about 5 weeks ago, it basically got into that high. The next high after that is 342. I'm talking about the BLI. Cliff, CLF could be coming back. Let's take a look at Cliff. Well, again, you've got that VWAP to contend with. 1628. Gosh, a single stock window is just sort of, I don't know if it's happening for you guys, but again, I'm in this development build, and for whatever reason, sometimes it just doesn't want to populate. Yeah, so that purple line there is basically the VWAP. So I mean, it could stall there easily. Give me a moment, guys. I'm making a little change to my compare count. I want to try something. Boy, look at Playboy. Oh man. PLBY all-time low now. PLBY another all-time low. This was a well, they did their IPO. When was that? I guess back here. It was very successful. I mean, one of the more successful IPOs for 3 months. Yeah, I was just going to say, and then they got into NFTs, probably about right about here, maybe. But at the beginning, this was a very successful IPO. I mean, went from about 14 all the way up to $63 before it started moving down. And I believe here, I think this month is when the NFT nonsense started. And that was short-lived, and now ever since then. Hey guys, for you guys who are following ALT, still sitting around 15. I, I would suggest putting an alert up around that 1508, 1507 mark, see if it takes it out and then runs from there. Okay, it's 1:56, so I will put my announcement in. I don't think this marketing meeting is going to be too long. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now. Guys, well, that was a fast meeting. Okay, so I'm watching. I'm continuing to watch. Only two I'm really watching. Well, I guess I'm watching three. I'm watching the ALT to see if it takes out 15 with any authority. VRNA, the same on the 22. And I will continue to watch the PRQR, maybe for a late day break. Okay. Time to right now, 2 o'clock. It better happen pretty soon. But looking at if this were a different market, I'd probably be taking this trade right now, believe it or not, with the faith I was having in this histogram, because the histogram is telling me that maybe I use the term something is percolating underneath, even though it is not moving. Something is happening. The bullish candles are definitely outweighing the bearish candlestick patterns. But the market is kind of preventing me from doing that. Now I saw that last candle was green all the way up here, and it looked like it was going to wipe out the previous three 15-minute candles, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen now. But this is how I was using the histogram earlier, watching something like this happen where you've got these nice big giant bars here and no movement. So I'll kind of, just think about there's stuff happening. It just hasn't moved the stock yet. Meanwhile, you guys who love sub $1 stocks, there's the EJH coming in from, oops, let me get a daily chart up. What a move. 36 cents to a dollar something. One day I'll do one of these. I'm sure somebody in the room is was those who look at sub $1 stocks. And a lot of volume yesterday, over 8 million, 9 million shares yesterday, 3 million today, 4 million in the float, 4.4 million in the float. Yeah, so some of these bounce plays from Zach, they may start working a little bit now. Look at the market. Look at the 15-minute chart on the SPY. So we had a green bar, red bar, and now we have another green bar looking like it's trying. What time is it now? 2:07. So it still has another 8 minutes to close. But if it closes green, I'm waiting to see if we can get back up over 375, get some kind of a rally going, taking out 375, and who knows? Maybe we'll have a little bit of a minor rally to end the day. Now it's a lifetime low for Playboy, PLBY. Not too much happening right now. So what I did with the compare count, instead of making a new high and or a new low as a trigger, I put a new 5-minute high and a new 5-minute low, just to see. Oops, let me get rid of the message. Just to kind of see, catch something a little bit earlier. Thank you for Mr. X just posted in our Discord room. Please be aware, day trade buying power will be turned off for the day in Tesla beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So that's already happened. Doesn't affect me, but interesting. Is that something that's common, Mr. X? I don't have yeah, for TD Ameritrade, yes. Is that something that and also with Thinkorswim? I didn't get anything with Interactive Brokers, but so somebody is saying not have never seen that before. Well, it doesn't mean you can't go long Tesla. It just means that you can't use your you don't have the so if you got 4 to 1 or whatever your broker allows, you cannot max that out and go long or short, I guess. But it doesn't mean you can't buy it if you've, with whatever cash you've got. Actually, there's a kind of a red bar ignored for Tesla right here, kind of. That red bar on the 15-minute chart. The previous we have a green candle now, and then the previous candle is red. It looks like it's almost completely engulfed by the 130 candle. It may not be quite. The high was 125.40, and the high of that candle was 125.60. So it's not quite, but close enough. So you're getting kind of a red bar ignored situation. Oof, well, guys, let's take a look here. Anything happening in the races? I doubt very much is happening, though we're probably going to start seeing a few more here. Look at it. Okay, hey, look at this. Actually, have a green candle that's fairly big. First one of the day, if it lasts. If it lasts. That's why I'm not hearing anything. Okay, so the spy did take this little area out. Well, it's at that area that I was looking at. Wiping out all one, two, three, four, five, six, an hour and a half for the time being anyway. Let's see if that can affect things like ALT. The same thing. Look at this histogram, increasing, increasing, increasing. Okay, well, let's see if this holds. I see another, so that did close high at 15 minute. This bar, the next one is forming red, but let's see if it can, we get two in a row. That'll be a miracle today. Two green candles in a row on the SPY. So some of these plays from Zach should maybe start working here. So I am interested in shorting Playboy, believe it or not, down at these levels here. But it's kind of moving a little bit with the market, but it's an all-time low. I mean, okay, guys, now here's your alt. Your alt. So we did get the price alert. It did hit 1508, but it pulled back just a little bit. So let's see if it does it again. If the market put in another green candle, look at this histogram for alt really increasing. And again, if I had more faith in this, I mean, look at the PRQR, the same thing, histogram really increasing. Okay, one thing that did not move higher was Verona, VRNA. Have a big drop. Red Robin. I say wow because I'm just astonished at some of these share prices of companies that are very well known. Okay, so guys, I may wrap this up at 3. I don't, I'm not seeing too much happening. I'll absolutely stick around if we start getting some moves in some of these ones that we've been watching all day long. FedEx had earnings yesterday, didn't it? FDX. Yeah, it was a good earnings play yesterday. Well, decent. Well, okay, wait a minute. December 20th? Yeah, so this was a reaction. And it is interesting because I mean, on a day that the market was really up, I mean, it did close above the day before's close, but it sold off. So if it sold off on a day that was really up, you would think it would really sell off on a day in which it's really down. It's funny how that works. That's why there is no sure thing in the market. All right, guys. So one last look at the promo that we've got on. Okay, so there is the promo holiday 30% off. And this is what it'll look like. Okay, so we have 4 days, 12 hours, 36 minutes, and counting down. And you can use that. Now, here is not the problem, but I mean, when you click on this, holiday 30, you will see holiday 25. Obviously, do not use that. Use holiday 30. You'll get 30% off. Okay. You can either have an annual premium or standard. But what I would do, if you don't know the product, do not take out an annual subscription. And you can try us out for a month, either on the standard or the premium. You'll get your 30% off. You get your 30% off here. And then if you do decide that, you know what, I like an annual, great. Do it within 30 days of taking out your monthly, and we'll honor the 30% discount. Okay? So it's another way just to try us out for another month before you make a. And listen, you don't have to ever take out an annual, but obviously taking out an annual. So taking out an annual, say on a standard basis, it reduces your monthly to about 50. Yeah, you have to pay it up front, obviously, but it reduces your monthly to $58. Okay. So even there, it says 84, that's full rate. You take out a standard annual. I mean, and you're doing that because you know you want the product. That reduces your monthly to $58. You got to pay up front. And this is also open. If you're a monthly subscriber right now and you've thought about taking out an annual subscription and you've been waiting for a promo code, well, you can also do it. So, if you have any questions, don't be shy. All right, another bottoming tail on the SPY, guys. Looked like that was, well, that was a red candle all the way down here, but the buyers have stepped in. So buyers look like they're in modest control, okay? Or moderate control right now. Let's see if we can get another, it looks like it could close near the high of that previous candle. And let's see if the next one can be green. And we might get a little rally. Maybe. Christmas rally, maybe. I haven't looked at Go-To for a while, ever since the beginning of the day. Is it finally taking some profit? Is it still over? Yeah, so a little bit of profit. I mean, it got over 4. Go-To, G-O-T-U, not Go-To. Well, maybe I'll throw it out like this. Is there anything you guys want me to go over? Especially if you're new, don't be shy. I think there's people that just feel, I don't want to ask that question because it might sound dumb. There are no dumb questions, honestly. Ah, this one's got a little bit of room, guys. ARQT, a little bit of room. I don't know if it's looks like it's sort of following the market, though it shouldn't. It's a bio, but looks like it's kind of following the market. Um, room because the high of yesterday was 1497. So, from 1428, there's the next high. So that is, looking for something. Now, some might think it's too extended right now and wait for a bit of a pullback, but that, of course, is up to you. And there it is on the, no, sorry, different stock. I thought it was on the races. ARQT, is it over here? No, it could only be here because it's 50 million in the float, or less than 50 million in the float. So it would only show up here. Ah, look at the market now, guys. Okay, this is now getting a little more interesting. Nice, pretty big green candle there. Buyers tried, they tried. Look at that bottoming tail. Buyers, the sellers tried, but the buyers remain somewhat steadfast. Anything under 100 is okay. Okay. I don't know what the normal is, but we say anything under 100 is okay. I can't tell you what normal is because everybody's computer is going to be a little bit different, of course, but anything under 100. So you guys, I'm seeing right now, I'm getting some big spikes. I would say that when I don't really pay that much attention to it, but I would say that the majority of time I'm probably around the 30 ms mark. Though I haven't haven't looked, even though that spiked to 234. I don't know what would have happened if I had clicked on an alert. Yeah, it's not bad. But if you're consistently getting, if it is consistently staying over 100, then there's something going on. Oh yeah, higher is worse. Yes, yeah, higher, bigger the number, it is worse. Yes, because that, in theory, is the length of time it's taking. Okay, so you want the lower the number, the better. It's taking less time to do whatever it's trying to do. That's about as technical as I get on that. Is there a way to hide it? Um, does it bother you that much? I mean, you can shrink this. I mean, I can shrink it down. No, I cannot hide it. Oh, does it bother you? I mean, you should. It's just taking a sliver of room underneath the options in the toolbar. Oh yeah, I mean, I hear you guys talking about the Santa Claus. I mean, yeah, there's nothing written in stone. There doesn't have to be. It's always. I wonder if there will be. It just historically, it has. It has. If you look, I don't know how many years back they go, 40 or 50 years. I really don't know how long ago they go back, but it's amazing how many times there is a rally, and they call it obviously the Santa Claus rally because of the time of year. Oh, that's a big, well, I guess the next level then to watch on the SPY, we've got around that 378 mark, right? What's happening right about there? See if it takes that out. But it's not helping the PRQR at all. Might be helping the ALT a little bit, ALT. Very different day from yesterday, obviously. Not just the fact that the market's down, but if you remember yesterday, even the days that we've had some, okay markets, market being up, we had so many what I term as trend plays, where you could see instead of chopping around a lot, you could see a nice solid trend for several hours even, which is an eternity if you are intraday trading. Just not seeing that even on the well. I shouldn't say that. There are some on the downside, obviously. This MP was until it finally had a bounce here. A lot of stocks will probably look like this and now bouncing with the market. You know what's making a little bit of a move here? Just a little tiny move is THMO. Just a little bit of a move. Just the weest move. There's the VWAP. Okay, I thought the VWAP might have been closer. Thought maybe if it took that out, but the VWAP is far enough away. There you go, up 70%. Oh, so they actually go back to 18. Well, I guess why not? Go back as far as they can. So since 1885, in that period of the last 5 trading days, plus the first 2 trading days of the new year, has been up 70% of the time. Now, I don't know how, I mean, we're in a, obviously in a not a great market. So I'd be astonished if that happened. Yeah, look left to 1885. That's funny. Look at alt, guys. Alt is on the move here. Alt on the move. And look at the histogram. Look at these two big bars here. And now that you mentioned the number up here, I am seeing some big spikes. Look at alt, guys. That histogram really was pointing to something. Oh, it's flat right here, and then all of a sudden, kaboom! Look at these big bars here. For how long? I don't know. I think you want that candle to not be big red though. That 15-minute candle. Ah, okay. So you look like that. Maybe not quite like that, but are you connected? Yes, I see a big green ball. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just answering something. Okay, sorry, just another email coming in. Yeah, see, I talked myself out of this one. I just didn't think the market wasn't helping this one at all. MLKN. I talked myself out of it. It did hold the VWAP and it, had a not a bad little run, from 1960 or so up to 2021. I mean, it's not bad in this environment, but I talked myself out of taking it. Mara has been obliterated. Obliterated to me would mean it's about $3. Let's see. There you go. $3. Wow. Remember the insanity when it was what was it? And Riot must be very, very close to it. Yeah. Now they're just about the same. Riot and Mara, just about the same price. A couple of the big crypto plays. I haven't been following the price of Bitcoin at all. Wow, $10 down here. I know it's not $10, but this is the Bitcoin ETF. Let's get that monthly chart up for Mara. Yeah, remember this? $83. A little over a year ago, October of 2021. Actually, November of 2021, so a little over a year ago. And so if you just said, you know what, I'm just going to hold this short all the way down here. Okay, thanks for that. So there is a reverse split tomorrow for Cal, KAL. It's a 1 for 100 reverse split tomorrow for Cal. Okay, another beautiful stock. 1 for 100. Where does it say though it's going to start trading tomorrow like that? They've approved the reverse split, yes, but where does it say that it'll? Where does it say that it's actually going to start trading? Usually they say, and that will be effective on a certain date. So they voted on it today, said yes, okay, but it doesn't say when that reverse split is. I'm just looking, I want to make sure my eyes aren't going crazy. They don't say when the reverse split will take place. I mean, usually it's very soon. So this trade hawk, who you're quoting says it's effective tomorrow, but how does he know that 100%? Not that it matters. I mean, whatever it happens. But the reason I'm curious is that if it is tomorrow and they only voted today, I can see now why our data provider and maybe others, it's hard for them. I mean, it is a computer. You would think though they'd be able to pick up on it, but maybe they need 2 or 3 days notice. That a reverse split is coming. I'm just trying to make some excuse for why we're not getting these. Okay, so it does say, all right. Where are you getting? I'm assuming that is, well, it looks very official. So okay, thank you. So that might be a reason then with, trying to give our provider some kind of an out here, but I guess if they vote, usually I mean, I don't know if it's, I really don't have any history of knowing, or my feeling is that they vote and then it's usually maybe a couple of days later that they say, and it's effective, but they voted today and it's effective tomorrow. I may be wrong. That may be why our provider is not picking up on the fact maybe it's just not enough notice. Because my guess is that we're gonna see Cal tomorrow, and you'll see it right at the top. You'll see it right at the top of our pre-market actives because it's going to look like it's up maybe 1,000% because it's a 1 for 100 reverse split. Check my chat for spam bots. In which one? I don't see any. This is what I see. I don't see any unless there's something happening after. This is the last thing I can see. You're talking about the normal, those the porn bots or whatever? Oh, you're right. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I guess what happened is, when it went from the top chat to the live chat, or from live chat to top chat when I put the timestamp in. Didn't realize it. Yeah. Thank you. As always, Pepe, thank you. What would I do without you? Guys, alt. Maybe some of you took this one. Now, if you did, you should be aware of that next high up here, 1543. Remember when I was saying THMO might be putting a little bit of a move? Well, it's putting in a move now, but now on the downside. So look at the market. This is reasonably impressive, guys. Reasonably impressive. We've now got 3 of the last 4 candles green. So I'm assuming I have to do that every day, Pepe. I have to put the timestamp on every day. There's no, I mean, not a big deal, but just have to remember to do it. No. So once I've done it once, it's going to remember. Or is there a save? Okay, not even a save. Okay, thank you. So it's old news confirmed today. Yes. Okay, so look where alt Installed. What did it get up to? Got up to 1537, and the high right there is 1544 and 44. So, within 7 cents of that. That's why you always have to be looking left. Always look left. Verona is still hanging around, guys. That's getting late, no, but it's still hanging around. You just kind of see if it can take out that 22 mark, it might have a little run, especially if the market, not that the market should be helping this one that much, but it can't hurt. Oh, this one's had a nice run. ATXS had a very nice run. One of the nicer runs of the day. Almost, well, definitely a trend up. A little bit of choppiness on the way up, but definitely a nice run. ATX, not a lot of volume, 308,000 shares, low float, 15 million in the float, but definitely, one of the nicer runs we've seen, and an all-time high. Wow, an all-time high too. ATXS seems pretty cheap to be an all-time high. So I don't know if this is a symbol name change at some point. Let me take a look at a monthly chart. So this looks like it was a SPAC, just based on the price around that $8, $9 mark. Looks like it was a SPAC that turned into ATXS. Did nothing for a long, 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 long time. Now this is starting to move. Okay, guys, VRNA, maybe, just maybe this will start to move. Look at the market. Again, I don't think this really has that much to do with the market, but all right, guys, are there any last minute questions? If not, I think I'll shut down again a little early. Yeah, I'll take a look. I'll keep an eye. Somebody, Mr. X in the Discord room talking about Lasee, LASE, maybe keeping an eye on that one for tomorrow. So with that Cal doing the making the announcement so late and it's supposed to be effective tomorrow, yeah, maybe it'll turn into a COSM. That would be awesome. Anyway, I'll heart it and see what happens with this tomorrow. The next one appears to be Cal, K-A-L. Okay, John, K-A-L, a 1 for 100 reverse split. And I'm almost going to guarantee that our provider will not pick that up. So if you have my pre-market actives up or whatever top list scan you're using in the pre-market, it'll probably show up right at the very top at some outlandish percentage increase because it's a 1 for 100. Now, why do I have Herbalife here? HLF? Don't know why I've got Herbalife as a price alert. Must have put it on a few days ago. I just don't remember. Hey guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will pack it in. All right. So as always, thank you for all the help today. Room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye. And I'll shut down, putting down the Discord room now. Thank you, Mr. X, for posting some stuff. Now, YouTubers.